This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, thank you so much for being here today. Happy Pride Month. Hey Solistic Glow. Heal Sandra, good to see you. Jenny Jen, Rubber Ramada, good to see you. Hey Kathleen. Hey Joy, Southern Cats. Allie X, Indy. It's so good to see you. Cara, good to see you. One sunny day, good to see you. Cindy, thank you so much for coming in out the gate and gifting 5 speculation station memberships. I really appreciate that. I have not accessed my live yet to see who that went to because I was editing a video, y'all. I left the geese up at the garden, but they're doing good. They seem to be happy. So, I was trying to edit that video so I could get that out. So, those memberships went to Calicat 9601, Brenda Bonamy, Carolyn, Sarah Luna, and Nikki Rowe. If you were gifted from Cindy from sunny South Florida, please tell Cindy thank you, and I'll grab the crazy train and pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Thank you so very much, Cindy. That was so very sweet of you. I really appreciate it. Hey, Michael. Green Chili Chicken. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Cara. My love, good to see you. Heal Sandra. Abelis. It's good to see y'all. I'm so glad y'all are here with us today. Solistic's doing good, good, good. All right. So I was in the middle of accessing my emails because I need to talk to y'all about something, which we are going to go here. Before we get started, I wanted to talk to you guys real quick about this situation. Hold on just a minute. Okay, let me pull this up. So my friend had a coworker who has a daughter that is currently missing, and this isn't too far from me. So her name is Lamari Matilda Vasquez. She is 24. Her height is 5'2". She weighs 150 pounds. She's medium built. She has brown hair and brown eyes. She has on her right arm, she has a tattoo that says "Let your faith be stronger than your fear." On her left arm, she has "I am my mother's keeper, Elizabeth Marie." And on her left shoulder, she has roses and butterflies. And on her neck, she has a tattoo that says Aaliyah. She is a Hispanic female. She was last seen May 24th of 2025 at 9:41 p.m. on 1000 Medical Drive Center, and that's going to be in Wilmington, North Carolina. I wanted to share her information and get it out to you guys, so you guys maybe could spread awareness. This is on my post on my page. If you guys want to grab that and share it, that would help out a lot. So we do have this that I copied where I was asking my friend about talking about it. And my friend said the last person to speak with her was her boyfriend, who claimed that she left for Greenville, and that's really it. But he can't prove anything and isn't being cooperative. Now, the boyfriend's Facebook is this is the boyfriend's Facebook. His name is Monteek McCoy, and the last post we have from him is from, what is that, 3 or 4 days before she goes missing, and it says, "I love you very much, my love, my life. I am very proud of you, baby girl, for taking big steps toward a better future. I know you got this, and I believe in you even when it seems like nobody else does. If nobody else can do this, I know that you can. I'm always going to be in your corner fighting alongside you." And he's talking to Lamare, and this is her page. She's got the transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Her last post was June 29th of 2024, and it was a picture. So there's another picture of her. And then she's got the transformation from the caterpillar to the butterfly. Um, that's all I'm seeing from her. So I don't know. I just wanted to kind of get this information out. Hey, Joyosin, good to see you. And Sharada, good to see you. I wanted to share this information and get it out so that you guys have it and we could kind of try to see if we can spread a little bit of awareness and try to find her. I'll bring it back to this real quick before we talk about Matthew. Thank you guys for listening and for being here for that. I am going to add her to my video in the beginning. Now, I pray that she is found too. She is beautiful. She's so pretty. Thank you guys. Okay, today's stream is going to be controversial. Controversial. Um, there is some politics to this. I don't want to look at the politics aspect of it, except for we are gonna talk about the bill that was passed by Obama in reference to this case. Um, let me go here. We are going to talk about the case of Matthew Shepard. I did just, okay, so it's going to be hard for me to play these videos today. I want to let you know ahead of time. If I disappear for a minute, just wait. I'll be right back. I do have monetization for this stream turned off in hopes that we can watch some of these videos and kind of get the story. But if YouTube, like, sometimes it will, I get in trouble for playing videos that are from other creators. And so, again, if I disappear, if you just wait, I'll be right back. Hold on. I apologize. I had to get a sip of my drink. This is in honor of Pride Month because a lot of you have brought to my attention that it is Pride Month. So I did want to do a stream to celebrate Pride Month. Abella says hugs to everyone with a letter of the alphabet in your name. Thank you for that. And like Jenny Jen said earlier, I do ask that we keep it respectful. If this is triggering to you, or basically, I don't. The aspect of this crime is hate crime related. Okay. Um, I don't need to know necessarily. Like, I want to keep the focus on the crime, why everybody says it was committed, what exactly happened, and what what this calls to change in our Congress and in our judicial system. Okay, that's kind of the aspect I'm going with it. Um, if any of this gets to you or triggers you, please feel free to sit the stream out. I just feel it's important to remember Matthew. I think last year was the 25 year anniversary since this hate crime happened. And I'm just trying to kind of keep a spotlight on it and remember this crime, how it changed the world, the nation at least. And just kind of trying to remember Pride Month. Thank you guys. He was so cute, wasn't he, Joy? Okay, with that, we will I guess we'll start with, yeah, a lot of these are from a while ago. Film Rush True Crime 2 years ago. I think that was a good one. Let's see what this one is. I think this is a movie too. So again, with the fact that they're like movies, I might disappear for a little bit. If I do, just wait and I'll be back. Says not to profit off of these videotapes. Hold on, let me grab the link to this person and drop them in chat. This is from Patrick McCurman. I'm going to give it a like and I'm going to drop the link and I will grab it on my phone and I will post it at the top. Yes, if this subject matter is triggering, please feel free to come back and join us another time. Thank you so much, Nightbot. All right. Let me pin that link. ABC has left these reference. Okay, this is from ABC News. Now, I just grabbed some videos so we could kind of watch it together and review it together. Okay, Solistic, have a good day, sweetheart. So that we could kind of review it, the crime together, and talk about it. Oh, goodness. Okay.
Good evening and welcome to 2020. John Stossel is off. Tonight, a 2020 investigation uncovers stunning new information about one of this country's most infamous murders. College student Matthew Shepard was so badly beaten his own mother barely recognized him. But it was the motive for his murder that fueled a firestorm of reaction around the world. The killing was widely perceived as a hate crime because Matthew Shepard was gay. But is that why Matthew died? Over the next hour, you will hear a very different account from the killers themselves and from news sources who have come forward for the first time. It is a story that gripped the nation, but started in a place that is very remote.
So this is going to be a 2020 episode from 2004. Yeah, his dad found him on the fence. It's horrific.
"50 miles west of Cheyenne, outside the small town of Laramie, in the high plains of Wyoming. A lonely place to die. On an October night 6 years ago, this is where the life drained out of 21-year-old Matthew Shepard.
It's a sad
He'd
story.
been beaten so badly that the only parts of his face not drenched in blood were where his tears had washed it away. He was tied to this fence for 18 hours in near freezing temperatures and was discovered barely alive by a cyclist who called for help. In turn, Matthew's parents got a call.
Right away, there's this panic of, oh my God, what's happened and what can I do and how soon can I get there?
When you saw Matt, what did he look like?
Now, this is going to be very triggering and very hard to hear. It was a horrific crime, and it enacted some laws that changed because of this. It's really hard. It's very hard to hear. So I'm giving you the warning ahead of time.
Massive bandages over his head and 18 stitched wounds across his face and his ear reattached to the side of his head, and you know, he was wearing braces, and his lips were they were a mess, and I wasn't even sure this was Matt.
The severity of the beating stunned local reporters like Jason Marsden at the Casper Star-Tribune.
We knew in the newsroom the day it happened, you know, this is going to be a huge story. This is going to attract international interest. Within 36 hours, you have satellite trucks parked all over the streets of Laramie and Casper, Wyoming.
What attracted all the attention was not just the brutality of the beating, but the sexual orientation of the victim.
A gay college student in Wyoming has been brutally beaten in what
Some believe that Shepard may have been singled out because he was gay. Well,
it was boom. The media descended on Laramie like locusts. They were everywhere.
All with
It was horrible, wasn't it? It's good to see you, Chrissy. Thank you for sharing that. So it's been 26 years from the time that this happened, from what I understand.
with the story that this was a hate crime.
Absolutely.
And the story was a natural cliffhanger. As Matthew Shepard clung to life, vigils were held across the country.
I remember one of my fellow reporters saying to me, this kid's going to be the new poster child for gay rights. Matt Shepard, gay bashed, symbol of the oppression of the gay community.
5 days after the beating, the symbol was alive and well, but the boy behind it died. The death of this young man from Wyoming sparked reaction overseas and demonstrations across America.
I think a lot of gay people, when they first heard of that horrifying event, felt sort of punched in the stomach. I mean, it kind of encapsulated all our fears of being victimized.
And if the push for gay rights found new force, so did a corresponding backlash, unleashed at Matthew Shepard's funeral.
You're an evil man. You die in your sins, you're going to go to hell.
Now, again, this is going to be controversial. This happened in 1988. I have not watched all these documentaries. To be honest with you, I've been working with the geese up in the garden. This is from ABC. It's Dateline 2020, so I feel pretty safe going with it. So we're going to kind of like be watching it together. I mean, you can see that there's words on the screen. It's you got to remember the time period and how the nation was when it came to things like this during that time. So I do apologize for that. I cannot imagine hating someone that much based on the color of their skin, who they worship, who they love, and what is or isn't between their legs or on their chest. I can't either. I was very small when this happened. I think 9. No. Yeah, 9, I do believe. But I remember it. I remember it happening.
Hell. You'll go to hell just like Matthew Shepard went to hell if he didn't repent before he died. You understand that?
When Matthew's father spoke that day,
Hey,
he
Abraham.
was wearing a bulletproof vest under his suit.
His family and friends want more than ever to say their farewells to him in a peaceful, dignified, and loving manner.
The saddest part of this whole case was at Matthew's funeral, when these people refused to let Matthew Shepard be buried with dignity. I
Hey, Abraham.
never saw people that could hate so much.
What happened in Laramie seemed to most of the world like a clear-cut case of tolerance versus hate, good versus evil. But there's a lot about this case that people didn't know, or people didn't tell. There was an additional undercurrent in Laramie because Matthew Shepard was not killed by some faceless evil drifting in off the mountains, but by 2 local boys. Within days of the crime, 21-year-olds Aaron McKinney and Russell Henderson were arrested and charged. Throughout their legal proceedings, neither ever testified in his own defense. And since their convictions, neither has talked to the press. Until now.
So I guess this is going to be one of the first interviews that we have with the people who committed the crime. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Abella said, imagine having to wear a bulletproof vest at your own son's vigil and funeral. That's so terrible. So this is going to be what they have to say about it, and hopefully I'm hoping that it'll tell us more about the actual crime, but we've got a couple to watch today, so we should get a good idea of what happened and how things changed. That's crazy,
The men
Joy.
convicted of murdering Matthew Shepard are incarcerated at a location prison authorities asked us not to disclose. Under their sentences, Russell Henderson will never know freedom for the rest of his life. Neither will Aaron McKinney. They admit to killing Matthew Shepard, but they and the man who prosecuted the case say the real story is not what it seemed.
Did you kill Matthew Shepard because he was gay?
Oh no. Leaving us on a cliffhanger. I love that picture of him. That picture's on my thumbnail, and that's a really good picture of him. Now, their story is a lot different, but regardless, we need to remember, like they said in the beginning, that Matthew was beaten to death and he was tied to a pole, and if I remember correctly, he was left out there for so long that he died. Like if somebody had helped him, he wouldn't have died. Regardless, it's a really sad story. We're going to hear their side, but again, regardless, what happened to him was horrific and uncalled for in every aspect.
2 young men are serving life in prison for the murder of Matthew Shepard. You will meet them now and hear their story in their own words for the first time. The killers say they agreed to be interviewed to set the record straight. According to one Western movie classic, there's a journalistic tradition in the Old West that said, in a choice between legend and fact, print the legend. It is the legend and not the complete facts that has been printed again and again about what happened in Laramie, Wyoming on the night of October 6th, 1998.
So yeah, it was October 6, 1998, and they were left for 18 hours. Hey, Indy girl, good to see you. Hey, Red Moon. He was adorable, wasn't he? Yeah, he was out there for 18 hours. Thank you. No doubt, Shraddha. Like, in this day and age, yeah, how did they catch him when they didn't have phones?
When three 21-year-old lives collided at the Fireside Lounge. Legend has it that Aaron McKinney, Russell Henderson, and Matthew Shepard lived in the same town, but different worlds.
Really,
Matthew's
Joy?
father worked abroad, and even as a teenager, Matt traveled widely. Friends say he had an easy worldliness.
There's something about his personality. It's like a lot of levels, a lot of like personal and philosophical and emotional things that we could talk about. He was just nice, just really sociable, really personable. He was just a good kid.
Yeah, I'm starting to lean that way a little bit. Michael Green Chili Chicken. That's why I wanted to reiterate that, like, this is Dateline 2020, so I felt safe going with this, and I don't want to like stop it now that we've started it. So we'll watch it, but I just want to kind of tread lightly because I'm not liking the spin they're putting on it so far either.
He made many, many, many very good friends. He didn't understand how it could be so hard for people to get along. He just didn't understand that.
Matthew attended the University of Wyoming, which had become the major employer in a once bustling railroad town fallen on hard times. McKinney and Henderson, variously portrayed in press reports as rednecks and trailer trash, worked together at a roofing company. They had steady jobs, steady girlfriends, and classically troubled backgrounds. Russell Henderson was born to a teenage alcoholic and raised without a father. He saw his mother being beaten by a series of boyfriends, some of whom also assaulted Russell.
Russell was abused. His granddad would say to him, Russell, when something happens to you and you're getting misused, you call us and we'll come and get you.
He learned early on that speaking up only brought on more abuse. Things got so bad the court awarded custody to his grandparents. Through it all, he managed to become an Eagle Scout and was awarded his badge by Wyoming's governor.
I really appreciate that, Chrissy. I've got a playlist that's got a bunch of different stuff from like family, friends, and things. I played this one because I thought it kind of started at the beginning and told us the story kind of from the beginning. But I do have like where his parents have spoken recently and his friends speak out and things like that. I appreciate it though. That was really very sweet of you. I appreciate you trying to help.
We found this picture of you.
It was me with the governor.
What happened?
Yeah,
to
you can
that
email
young
it to
man?
me.
I don't know, he got lost along his path.
What do you think he could have become?
Someone that people respected. But unfortunately, that didn't happen.
And what do you think when you look at that picture?
I think of me, it's me as a smart kid, not a stupid adult.
Indy, this was 1998. I'm sorry, Kathleen, this was 1998. October 6th, I do believe.
Aaron McKinney's childhood, too, was less than picture perfect. His father, a long-haul trucker, was rarely around. He eventually divorced Aaron's mother, a nurse who died when Aaron was 16 as a result of a botched surgery.
It was devastating. Me and my mom were real close, so that was real tough.
McKinney received a malpractice settlement of nearly $100,000.
What did you do with the money?
I blew it.
On what?
Cars, drugs.
McKinney says by the time he was 18, he had a serious methamphetamine habit.
It grows on you pretty quick. It has a way of grabbing a hold of you.
Did you also sell it?
Uh-huh.
Around Laramie, McKinney was a popular fixture with the crystal meth crowd. It was a group known as tweakers and included Ryan Bopp.
Meth is what made the world go around in Laramie.
Ryan Bopp has left Laramie and the drug scene behind. 6 years ago, in what he calls another lifetime, he was a close friend of Aaron McKinney's.
Aaron with the meth was pretty much like all of us. He would run into a hookup, he would get a whole bunch of it, and he'd be able to help us all out, you know.
They were partying high and waking up low.
I didn't even realize that they were going to talk about that aspect of it, but I apologize if this is triggering. If you need to leave, please protect your peace.
Tough combination for new parents like Aaron and his girlfriend, Kristen Price.
Well, we need formula and we need diapers and we need these things, and you have to pay this rent. And I think he was really torn because it is the desperation of getting your fix or taking care of your family.
In the days leading up to the attack on Matthew, how much was Aaron using drugs?
Every day. It was an everyday thing.
Aaron and I had been awake for about a week or so prior to this whole thing happening. We were on a hardcore bender that week.
It was in a sleepless haze of too many drugs and too little money that Aaron McKinney encountered Matthew Shepard at the Fireside Lounge.
So the video that his friend made, Chrissy says, is called Matthew Shepard Was a Friend of Mine. So we'll have to look it up. I'll make sure that we have it so I can play it. This is important and educational. Are you being serious? I'm glad that it is if you're being serious. I don't know if you're being serious or sarcastic. It's talking about some of the friends of them, the people who did it are talking to reporters in jail, and they're going over that night.
Matthew.
Now, the people who did it are in prison for life, but who they were showing are friends of theirs that were there that night.
He would arrive at the bar that night with troubles of his own. His mother says they all started 3 years earlier during a high school trip to Morocco.
He got beaten and raped, and then he went back to the hotel. They made a very serious effort to try to find the men who had done it. There was 3, I think.
But you have said that that really changed him in some ways, that experience.
It made him pull within himself. He became withdrawn, depression, panic attacks.
By his college years, close friends at the University of Wyoming say he was still deeply troubled.
I do have a glimpse in his life that a lot of people didn't.
Fellow student Tina Labrie could sense when he felt down and vulnerable, and agreed when Matt asked her to go with him to a gay bar 60 miles away in Fort Collins, Colorado. Matt said he would hire a limo.
This was really sad. Like I said, I was 9, and I remember hearing the stories. It was really sad. Joyous, I appreciate that. Feel free to leave if it's triggering. And I know this is going to be a hard one. I thought it was important to remember him, especially during Pride Month. Abraham said, "Oh yes, very serious. It's good to know the signs that bring out such senseless crimes. Drugs are a big part of that. I agree. And thank you for that, Abraham. That made me feel a little bit better. Yeah, a limo, go big or go home. You were 6, Hannah, so you're about 3 years younger than me. Good to see you today."
The one we had most requested, which is the most expensive one. Here, let me get that for you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
There you go.
Tom O'Connor, known as Doc, ran a limousine service and drove them there and back.
Why did he have to go to Fort Collins to go to a gay bar? Weren't there bars that he could go to?
There's no gay bar in the state of Wyoming. Never mind Laramie.
So at what point did you leave Fort Collins?
About 3:30 in the morning. Actually, when I brought him home, Matt was really upset.
So I don't know if you saw that, but he said there was no gay bars in the whole entire state. So they had to go to another state to go to a gay bar.
Really?
Crying.
To Tina or to you?
Tina.
He seemed to be in a lot of pain, like emotional pain. He was really worried, a lot of worry. I kept getting the feeling there's something he wanted to tell me, but he didn't feel like he could.
Tina worried Matthew may have been suicidal. The next day, she says she left him drinking at Lovejoy's bar. Doc says Matthew called him from there.
And he said, "Can I buy you dinner?" That turned out to be approximately 3.5 to 4 hour conversation with him.
What did he tell you?
And he said, "Doc, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're the first person to know this." And I said, "What?" He says, "I got HIV." And we talked an hour and a half about HIV. He wanted to commit suicide. He was saving his pills.
Now, remember, at this point in history in 1998, if you had HIV, there was no cure. You were stigmatized, you were cast out, there's no cure, like it's inevitable that you're going to die. It's gotten a lot better, and the stigma around HIV and AIDS is a lot better now than it was. Back then, it was like if you told people, like, they wouldn't even want to come around you again. So I couldn't imagine getting that news back then, because it's like, death would have been inevitable to him because there was no cure for it back then.
Few friends would have guessed that was the secret behind Matthew's growing anxiety. Some thought it might be his deepening involvement with illegal drugs.
He said
And then you add substances on that give you really high highs and really low lows, and it's a cocktail for disaster.
Where I move, it seems like I get sucked into the drug scene.
What kind of drugs?
It was.
He didn't specify. And he sounded really frustrated. He's like, everywhere I go, I get pulled back into it.
It was a scene pulsing with danger and desperation. The kind of world where, to get just 1 gram of meth, Ryan Bopp was willing to give Aaron McKinney his prized possession.
I wanted more meth. Hey, I don't have any money, but I got this really nice gun. It was a .357 Magnum. It was like Dirty Harry used. It was big gun, big impressive looking gun, real heavy.
So a .357 Magnum for 1 gram of meth, that's a big deal. Like, that's a lot. So he gave up his prized possession. Abellis, thank you for that information. Abellis said, well, there's still no cure, but like diabetes, people can live with it now. I did not know that. I thought that they had a cure for AIDS now. Hey, Tony, good to see you. I think my dad had a Judge, but yeah, .357 Magnum's a pretty big gun. And like someone was just saying earlier, this is cowboy country,
Heavy.
Armed with his new gun and bar hopping on an October night, McKinney and his friend Russell Henderson would enter the Fireside Lounge, where Matthew Shepard was sitting at the bar.
He said he was too drunk to go home, and then he asked me if I'd give him a ride. So I thought, yeah, sure, what the hell.
You may think you know what happened next, but you haven't heard the whole story.
Yeah, Abellis, I'll drop you the link, sweetheart, if you want to come up. And anytime anybody wants to come up, if you just let me know, I'll drop the link. Yep, that's it. All right.
Stay with us. Matthew Shepard's killer, Aaron McKinney, says he set out that October night to rob a drug dealer of $10,000 worth of methamphetamine. His friend Russell Henderson thought if he could keep McKinney drinking, he'd forget the robbery plan. They went to one bar and then another, the Fireside Lounge.
I'm so sorry, Southern Cats. I am so sorry. That had to be hard. I'm glad you were there with your friend and you were there with them and able to hold their hand. There's still no cure, but it can be managed to the point where you can be undetectable, which means the chances of passing it on is rare. That's good to know. I'm so sorry, Southern.
When McKinney and Henderson arrived, Matthew Shepard was sitting at the bar.
I asked him for a cigarette, and it was pretty much just casual conversation. He said he
Sorry to keep pausing it. You're talking about that preacher? Yeah, that preacher would say we're all going straight to hell.
was too drunk to go home, and then he asked me if I'd give him a ride.
McKinney later told police Shepard wanted more than a ride. He wanted sex, and in return, he would give them drugs. McKinney saw a different opportunity.
Well, he was pretty well dressed. He had a wallet full of money.
So you agreed to give him a ride home because you wanted to rob him?
Yeah.
And that's it?
Yeah. Seemed like a good idea at the time.
I kind of put two and two together that we were gonna rob him.
So they're saying it was a robbery. Hey, Abellis, how are you doing today?
I'm good, yes. Hi, how are you? Hi, chat. Happy Pride.
I am good. Yeah, let me turn on that. See, I forgot to turn on the chats again there. Now they should come up on the screen. It's I'm so glad that you came up with me today. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. I appreciate you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I took the trigger warning down so that you guys can see the chat on stream. Just remember that this will be triggering. So far they're saying it was a robbery. I mean, I don't know how a robbery ends that way, but okay.
Yeah.
McKinney, Henderson, and Shepard left the fireside together and got into Aaron's pickup truck. All three got in the front seat and Henderson took the wheel. McKinney told him to head out past the Walmart at the edge of town.
That's good.
You had told police that at some point Matthew reached over and grabbed your leg.
Yeah.
And what did you do when he grabbed your leg?
I hit him with a pistol. I had my arm behind the seat with it, like that. I was getting ready to do it, to pull it on him anyways.
McKinney says he asked for and got Matthew's wallet.
So, okay. You got him in the truck and he's made a deal with you that like if you will have relations with him, he will give you drugs. You agree to this. Your intention is to rob him and his intention is to have relations. So, how did you think this was going to end up? I mean, what did you think was going to happen? He's not going to get in the car and not touch your leg. I mean, he's thinking that you're accepting him and that you're going to fulfill his needs for the night between consenting adults. I mean, like, I don't know how you saw that happening any other way. Why would you hit him when he touched your leg if his assumption is that you're going to have relations?
Yeah. His story doesn't really go well.
Yeah, it's not adding up.
How much money was in there?
$30.
Did you stop beating him?
No. I hit him probably 5 or 6 times altogether.
How badly was he hurt?
He was bleeding pretty good.
Did he say anything to you?
Yeah, he was still talking mostly, don't hit me. Yeah, he's being real cooperative.
So if he was being cooperative and he gave you his wallet and all of his money, why did you continue to beat him?
Question of the century.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they knew they were in a gay bar, those boys would stand out like a sore thumb. Well, I think at this point they're back in Wyoming, which at this point in time there was no gay bars in the whole state of Wyoming. So him trying to meet somebody would be just that, like trying to go to a bar and meet somebody that way. And it was, again, the time period, you have to think about the time period. Like back then, like what happened if you hit on somebody who was not, who was straight and you were gay, as nicely as possible as I can say that, it was normal or it was known that they would beat you for it. It wasn't out of the ordinary for somebody who was straight to do that, but it was so, I mean, it's just the time period. It was so like hush hush and quiet that it was hard. And he was already stigmatized because he was gay, and then he's got HIV on top of it. I mean, I couldn't imagine how he was feeling already.
Yeah. I have to say though, the part about there being no gay bars in the whole state, gay people everywhere have always had meeting places. I mean, underground bars. The first gay bar I went to was a club, quote unquote. You had to be a member, um, and they've always been there. This may have been an openly gay bar where they went that night, but there would have been other places where they could probably have met other people. We've always had that, like way
Well,
back.
yeah, that's good to know. I'm glad you came up here and educated me on that. And now that you say that, I did me and well, I went to a gay bar in I don't mean to say gay so casually. I'm sorry if I'm offending you. I went to
No, no, not at all.
okay, I don't I need to educate myself on the proper terminology. But I went to a bar like that in Raleigh here in downtown Raleigh one time, probably about 8 or 9 years ago. And yeah, it was like that. Like you had to pay for a membership and then you go in and then everybody there was cool. I mean, they were like the sweetest people.
Yeah, it's fun. It was always
Yeah,
fun.
I really enjoyed it.
I'm going to close my window really quickly.
Okay. Oh
I'll
my
be back.
goodness. Okay, sweetheart. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Bad Girl, thank you so very much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Bad Girl said, in memory of Matthew and all those who lost their souls from hate, we love you. I really appreciate that, and that was so very sweet of you. I would like to donate that. I'm going to see if I can find an organization to donate that to in memory of Matthew. I think that would be a great idea. I'm going to work on trying to find somewhere that I can donate that to. That was really sweet of you to do. Thank you.
Thank you, BG.
It is the proper term. Okay. I just didn't want to offend anybody. I live in Washington City. We had gay bars here. I would go with my friends, had a great time. Yeah, I've been, and always had a great time. But I'm glad to know that there was places like that even underground back then. So that you could meet people and things like that. Thank you for educating me on that.
You're welcome.
Oh, there is a Michael Shepard Foundation. Awesome. Okay, so I will look into that and try to donate that, Bad Girl. That was really sweet of you.
Well, sometimes when you have that kind of rage going through you, there's no stopping it. I've attacked my best friends coming off of meth binges.
I was surprised, shocked, because I didn't expect it to go the way that it did. I mean, I guess I didn't know what to expect.
Russell Henderson kept driving as McKinney continued to beat Shepard. Then McKinney says he looked for a secluded spot to leave their victim and give them time to get away.
The fence stopped us. I decided.
So, if I remember correctly, there's more to this though. The way about the way he was tied to the fence, and I mean, you're just driving while he's literally beating the crap out of him. Like, I don't know. If you're robbing somebody, and you're on substances, I mean, considering the person Matthew was, I think that they could have done it without ever laying a hand on him. And then not only are you beating him, but you're beating him the whole time it takes you to drive out to the middle of nowhere, and now we're at a fence. Like, I
Yeah,
got a big.
he was very small. He was a small man.
Really?
Yeah, and there's the two of them. They could have just, give me your wallet and smack them once maybe, and then just leave them alone. But
Yeah.
they went crazy on him.
Yeah. Like, it seems like you said they could have even just said, "Give me your wallet," and he probably would have done it.
Yeah.
Like, all of this other was so unnecessary.
It'd probably be a better idea to go ahead and tie him up while I was at it.
What?
So I went and got the rope out of the back seat of the truck.
And who tied him to the fence?
I did.
Yep.
Did you ever once try and stop Aaron from hitting Matthew?
Yeah, I did. I told him I think he had enough. Didn't do any good because it didn't help Matthew any.
What did Aaron do when you said that?
Kind of got mad at me.
In fact, Henderson later said McKinney struck him across the mouth with the gun. The boy who learned to keep quiet in the face of abuse says he retreated to the truck, leaving Shepard alone at the fence with Aaron McKinney.
And then when I'm leaving, he says he's going to tell on me. And went back and hit him one more time. But I hit him real hard that time in the truck. It wasn't so hard. The last time I hit him, I held the gun like a baseball bat. It had a really long barrel on it and a full swing. I never meant to kill him. But you get kind of a feeling in the pit of my stomach the last time I got him.
I got a big problem with this. I've heard some speculation that this one, I think it was Aaron, could have known him very well and been friends with him and possibly more than friends with him and that they did substances together. I don't know that that's factual. That's just something I've heard. But it would match the aspect of the crime and the overkill of it if they knew each other better than what he's letting on.
Yeah, I heard the same thing, that they'd had relations before.
Yeah, and then if he's trying to show off in front of his other friend and put on a persona of like, that's not me, I'm not that way. And back then, it was very much, even if you were, like, you would never tell anybody. It kind of matches what they did to
Yeah.
him, which is horrific.
And Matthew was out, so he may have said, "I'll out you," to everyone, maybe in defiance of this guy beating him, he may have said, "Yeah, well, now you're going to find out."
Yep. See, that makes sense. If he's like, I'm going to tell everybody about you, and then he hit him real hard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, bad girl. How could he talk and say, I'm telling on you after that beating? That's another good point. So
Yeah.
maybe he didn't. I don't know. Hey, Miss Honeybee. Miss Honeybee said it was really about the money. They intended to do what they did from the get-go. This was a hate crime, in my opinion. This absolutely broke us as a society when it happened. I agree. Because, yeah, they got him in the truck on the preface that they were going to go have relations with him and then, robbed him. So, I mean, I don't disagree with them calling it a hate crime.
And if they had already had relations before, Matthew would have trusted them.
Yep. Yep.
So he's not just jumping in with two strangers, he's jumping in with people he knows.
Yep. Shraddha, the girl was not there that time. So the girl went with him. They were saying the girl went with him to a bar in Colorado because it was like an open gay bar, I'm assuming. And so they went to Colorado to this gay bar in Colorado. And then on the way back, he was crying and wouldn't talk to anybody. And then he finally told the guy named Doc, who I assume rents the limos, that he had AIDS. And so she didn't know that at the time, and that was one of his friends that was a girl, but that's the time she's referencing. It was shortly after that he's at the bar and meets these two guys or knows these two guys, and the homicide happens.
Mm-hmm.
I've driven through on road trips, and we always take a moment of silence for Matthew. It's a sacred place now for those who care. I'm
That's
glad
sweet.
that... Yeah, that is really sweet, and I'm glad that you do that. I think we all need to remember this, even in other times when it's not just Pride Month.
Yeah.
McKinney took Shepard's wallet and his shoes, got back in the truck and told Henderson to drive to town. He says the plan was to rob Shepard's apartment, but when they parked the truck, they encountered two young men police say were vandalizing cars. Hostile words led to a fight, and for the second time that night, McKinney went on the attack.
I came from around the truck. I hit that guy. I blindsided him, hit him baseball style again with the pistol, took him out.
So at this point, because we know that Matthew had meth on him and they were going to try to steal the meth, they would have considering that they're addicted to meth, they would have gotten the meth from Matthew, been smoking probably the whole way back to the apartment to go see if he's got more meth in the apartment. And so he's high as a kite, and then he meets this other guy and beats the shit out of him too. He sounds like a very violent person, and the methamphetamine makes it worse.
Yeah. He's where he belongs. Is he
He
still
definitely,
there? Are they
yeah.
still in prison? Yeah.
As far as I know, I think they have life sentences. I'll look it up real quick just to be sure.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Abraham said, was he HIV positive or did he have AIDS? From what the documentary has said so far, he had just found out that he had AIDS, not necessarily HIV.
HIV is
Emiliano.
before AIDS.
Sorry, sweetheart. You said HIV is before AIDS. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, life never getting out. I'm going to double check it, but good Lord, look at the scar on that.
Mm-hmm.
My God. I wonder if this is we're about to find out, but I'm wondering if this is the guy they came across, and if he did that with that gun, Jesus.
Wow, eh?
I couldn't imagine Matthew after they beat him and then hit him. Oh my God.
Poor Matthew.
Ugh.
Morales was struck so hard his skull was fractured. Morales' friend retaliated, slamming McKinney in the head with a small bat. Everyone fled just before a police car happened on the scene.
So that scar, I'm going to take it back just a second, was from him smacking him in the head. Well, I can't take
Mm-hmm.
it back to that part. That was an awful scar. I'll mute it and we'll play it. But if he did that, okay, so he come across this guy and he has no affiliation with him whatsoever. These people are just vandalizing cars, and he still hit him that hard with the gun, just like he said he hit Matthew. And this guy had not taken a beating from him already, and he's got that scar across his forehead. Like,
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. That right there.
Yeah. That's awful. Oh my goodness. It's all stapled.
Yeah, it's like not even sewn, it's stapled.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So hard his skull was fractured. Morales' friend retaliated, slamming McKinney in the head with a small bat. Everyone fled just before a police car happened on the scene. Sergeant Flint Waters gave chase and grabbed Russell Henderson.
When I turned him around, I saw that he had a pretty good cut on his face, and he had a lot of blood on him. I looked in the back of the truck, and laying in the back of the truck was a large frame revolver. The thing was huge, like an 8-inch barrel. It had blood all over it. There was some rope and a coat in the truck. I believe there was a shoe sitting in the front. There was a credit card on the dash. Seeing that gun covered in blood, I assumed that there was a lot more going on than what we'd stumbled onto so far.
Lord of mercy.
Hmm.
So I did ask, and it said yes, Aaron McKinney and Russell Henderson are still in prison. Both were convicted of first-degree murder in the 1998 killing of Matthew Shepard and are currently serving consecutive life sentences for their crimes. McKinney is incarcerated in Tutwiler, Mississippi, while Henderson is in a correctional facility in Torrington, Wyoming.
Thank you. Could you check, please, how Matthew's height and weight,
Yeah.
maybe, if they have it? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. That would be good.
I know he was very tiny.
AG. Wanted to make sure it pulled up the right one.
Yeah.
Matthew Shepard was 5'2" and weighed 105 pounds at the time of his homicide on October 6, 1998.
He was about the size of Jorge or George Torres.
Yeah.
He was
Very
tiny,
short.
tiny too. Yeah.
And like I'm 5'7", and that's pretty normal for somebody my size. That's normal for most of the population. Like to be 5'2", you're considered very short, and he only weighed about 105 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And he was sick.
Yeah. And depressed, and she said that she left him at the bar and he was already suicidal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can't imagine him fighting back at all.
Yeah.
Mm. But back then, when HIV was reported, it was often reported as AIDS rather than
Mhm.
HIV because society didn't know the difference. That's a good point.
Mhm.
Thank you, Cindy. Y'all were saying I'm 5'3", so he would be about y'all's height and weigh 105 pounds. Yeah, I'm 5'7".
I'm 5'4".
So
Tall,
he'd have been
tall, tall and wide. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
so he'd have been about 2 inches shorter than you. Mm.
Um,
All right, I'll go back to the documentary. I do have the law that was changed in his name that we will talk about later.
With that much evidence, the attack on Matthew Shepard was not a hard case to solve. McKinney and Henderson were charged with murder. The mystery in this story was not who done it, but why.
I know in the core of my heart it happened because he revealed he was gay. And it's chilling. They targeted him because
He
he
was
was
so
gay.
look at how I mean he was so pretty,
he
handsome, however you
was.
want to say it. He was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Hours after Matthew was discovered at the fence, and before anyone knew who had beaten him, Walt Bolden and Alex Trout, friends of Shepard, began spreading the word that Matthew may have been attacked because he was gay.
They were calling the county attorney's office. They were calling media and indicating Matthew Shepard is gay, and we don't want the fact that he is gay to go unnoticed.
What proof did they have that this was, in fact, a hate crime?
Well, I don't think the proof was there. If you're asking me the question, that was something that they had decided.
I
Helping
mean,
fuel the gay hate crime theory were statements made to police and the media by Kristen Price, the mother of McKinney's child. She thought things would go easier for McKinney if his violent outburst was seen as a panic reaction to an unwanted gay sexual advance. On 20
so they're going with the aspect of this that this was not a hate crime. Why don't feel like a weirdo, Indy. Sorry, sidetracked.
Because Indy is tall.
Oh, okay. Um So they're going with the aspect that this was, I'm assuming they're presenting the theory that some people say that it wasn't necessarily a hate crime. We're going to continue to watch it and maybe we can discuss our thoughts, feelings, and opinions on whether we think that it was a hate crime or not. I think that as of right now, and haven't heard the rest of this documentary so far, I think that it was a hate crime. I think that he knew him personally and intimately from before, and I think it was sought. I think they saw him as an easy target to rob. They robbed him, and I think that that guy that killed him might have had some feelings inside him that he wasn't ready to deal with, and he was angry at Matthew because Matthew knew who he really was, and he didn't want to deal with the aspect of that's who he really was. And so he took all of the anger and frustration out on who he really was and trying to deal with that on Matthew. If that
Yeah,
makes any sense.
it absolutely does. That's exactly what I think also. I mean, when you mug someone, you want to get the heck out of there probably really quickly. You don't take the time to tie your victim up to a fence, drive them out in
Mm-hmm.
the sticks, beat the crap out of them. So yeah, I think exactly like you.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Um, I know Indy. You asked, can you have HIV and never get AIDS? Do you know the answer to that? I don't.
Uh, I believe so. Nowadays with the drugs that they have, I've been out of nursing for a long time, and but I think so.
Okay. Matthew says yes as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have great drugs now.
Okay. Yeah, I know that with the drugs that they have nowadays, it's like yeah, you can be indetectable. I saw a commercial for something. Oh, Basil's here. Abraham said when you have HIV, you can now keep it under control to where it never develops to AIDS. It's just a pill a day. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay. So that makes a lot of sense.
Hi, Basil.
Yeah, I got to put him on the bed. Red Moon said, yes, you can. Miss Honeybee said, yes, you can live with HIV and never develop AIDS. Janie said, yes. Thank you guys. There are drugs the partner can take to keep from catching HIV. Awesome.
Yes.
Shada said, like, the hate he took out on that boy was for himself. Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm. Great point.
2020, just days after the crime, she appeared in shadow, talking about McKinney's motives.
Said that a guy walked up to him and
Basil.
said that he was gay and wanted to get with Aaron and Russ. They just wanted to beat him up bad enough to teach him a lesson, not to come on to straight people.
But now, 6 years later and out of the shadows, Kristen says her initial statements were not true.
I would have.
Now, before she says that, I want to reiterate again the time period. Like, yeah, you hit on me and I'm straight. I'm going to teach you a lesson by beating the shit out of you. That's how people thought back then, and it was so sick and sad and depraved.
Yep. I had a friend who was stabbed and he wasn't even doing anything. He was just walking down the street.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But he was in an area where gay men were known to go, and married men who wanted, who were probably gay or bi. And my friend was just walking down a path and he was stabbed.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is so awful. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he was okay, but still, I mean, you know.
Yeah, that's awful and completely uncalled for and unwarranted.
Yeah.
Chrissy, I dropped the link if you want to come up, sweetheart, if you know how to work StreamYard. If you have any issues, let me know and I'll try to help you. Can live with no viral count with proper medication. Thank you. Abraham, happy Pride Month as well. Hey, Chrissy.
Hey, you guys, I just wanted to say, I think I'm kind of older than a lot of you. I just turned 55, but I do want to say that I never thought in my lifetime I would see actually a cure for AIDS or people could live HIV positive or with AIDS. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when that finally was, they were able to, make a cocktail up, that was like finding the cure for cancer.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
back in the 80s, AIDS first came around in 81, I remember.
Yeah.
And it was like you could die from having sex. It was just amazing to me that, and this thousands and millions of people, men and just people just dying from it, and I'm just blessed that I was able to see basically a cure for it, because you can live it, you can live with it now, and you're going to be okay. And
Yeah.
I've always thought that that was just a blessing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I agree, and thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, in 1981, it was like, wow, you can die from having sex
Yeah,
with somebody.
it was
Yeah,
a death sentence, and they went so fast.
They
They
did.
went
yeah.
so fast. Jesus.
I came out around that time, and I remember when I came out, the party was going. I mean, people were partying, and then
Oh yeah.
this thought all of a sudden of gay men are dying of what? And so,
But then, yeah, and then Ronald Reagan, I
mm,
swear to God, dude, he didn't do any favors in that decade when it
yeah,
came to awareness for AIDS. He didn't do any favors at all. And it went so, there's a great movie on HBO if people, because I know a lot of people in here are super young. It's called And the Band Played
they
On.
died.
Look
Yeah,
for it on HBO Max. I swear to God, to this day, I still cry when I watch it. My husband cries when he watches it because
it's
that's
so
when we
good.
were kids, and
Yeah,
it is a great educational, and it talks about how the CDC, had to detect it and find out what it was, and and the research that went into finding what can we do for this disease, and what the Reagan administration did nothing for it at all.
Oh my God.
yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead and drop off. But I did just want to say that really quick because I'm very passionate about this kind of stuff. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Chrissy.
Thank you, Chrissy.
I
Yeah, I
appreciate
mean,
that.
we, like I was saying, we were partying, we were having fun, and then all of a sudden this disease comes out. It's affecting men. It's not affecting lesbians. And we're going like, what the hell's going on? And bars just emptied out. People were not drinking out of glasses for fear of something being on the glasses. They didn't know where it came from at first. They didn't know
Yeah.
it was sexual at first.
Right. I
So
remember they said something about Fauci was saying that he made commercials back in the 80s that said that you could get it from like sharing a cereal bowl with somebody or something to that effect.
yeah, they had no idea. And but I mean, better better safe than sorry. But still, I mean,
Yeah.
and then they finally, but the film that Chrissy uh, mentioned and the band played on, it's fantastic. We should watch it.
And okay, I'm going to write it in chat. I've never seen it. So it's
It's
called
really good. And the band played on.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had it right. We'll definitely check that out. Also, that one, I was thinking about, if we could watch a movie for Pride, I think they'd get me for playing an actual movie. Like, I did turn my monetization off to try to be safe playing these, but that one with one of my favorite actors, oh, I love him so much. He says, all right, all right, all right. Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, oh yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The club something.
Yeah, I think so. It's where
Mm,
he has AIDS and he goes down to Mexico to get the proper treatment.
yes,
Um,
I forget the name. The word club is in the title.
yeah, I'll have to look it up, but yeah, that's a good movie too.
Yeah.
Red Moon said my mom worked for HIV and AIDS Society in my area when I was a teen. We had a huge family that we picked ourselves. Sadly, we lost all of them in the 80s and early 90s. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Red Moon.
But I'm glad that you could help and you could be there for them. That's a really important thing to do, especially during that time period, to be part of a movement like that.
I mean, people were dying of AIDS completely alone in rooms where the staff, the hospital staff, did not even didn't want to go in there. They didn't know what it was at first.
Yeah.
And then you have to remember too, in those days, if you had a partner and you were positive, you could be taken to the hospital, and then your partner could come and say, "Well, I want to see my partner," and they would say, "No, you're not kin. Go away." And so
Oh
a lot
my
of
God.
yeah, so a lot of people died completely alone without being able to have their loved ones nearby. A lot of families turned away from their kids. I mean, it was just a horrible time, and it was like that in Canada too. I mean, this was all over the West.
Yeah. That movie was called Dallas Buyers Club. Thank you, bad girl.
That's right.
And Hannah said, "Did you ever watch Posse?" I think it's Posse. Pose.
Pose.
Pose. Okay.
Yes, I did. And what's the other one we talked about, Hannah? Is Paris burning? No, Paris is burning. It's
Paris is
about
burning.
yeah,
Okay.
it's about the Vogue houses in well, the houses were gay families in New York, and they would have contests, dancing contests of posing. Madonna brought it out into the mainstream. In fact,
Yeah.
one of the gentlemen who was in Paris is Burning was one of her dancers, if I recall.
Oh wow. Okay. I'll have to look into that one.
They're good. Uh, and there's sad parts in the Paris is Burning. Paris is Burning is actually a documentary. It's not a movie.
Oh wow. Maybe we can watch it sometime this month.
The dancing is fabulous.
Yeah, that would be cool. If I can get away with it, we'll try to watch it. All right. Joy said get this lion face off the screen, so I'm going to play the documentary.
That's funny.
Said or done anything, at that point to get him out.
So when you told police that the reason Aaron attacked Matthew was because he was gay, because he made a pass at him, you were lying?
Yes. I knew that night it was all about getting money.
And drugs.
money to get drugs. Yep. I don't think it was a hate crime at all. I never
Liar.
did.
Former Laramie police detective Ben Fritzen was one of the lead investigators on the case.
Matthew Shepard's sexual preference or sexual orientation certainly wasn't the motive in the homicide. If it wasn't Shepard, they would have found another easy target. So what it came down to really is drugs and money and two punks that were out looking for it.
Did you kill Matthew Shepard because he was gay?
No,
Bullshit.
did not.
So to...
Okay. Nope.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
I think he did it because he was gay and didn't want to admit it. But yeah, that deserved a bullshit.
Yeah.
all of America who thinks what happened that night in October of 1998 was a hate crime. And it
Abraham, good point. For money, I thought he had 100,000 from the settlement. Didn't he just say that? Yeah, he did. He said that he had a bunch of money that he had just gotten and he had blown it all. But still, I mean, I think he would have had some of it left.
Okay, maybe not. I mean, who knows how much meth they were into, but how much does meth cost? And how much did it cost in those days?
I mean,
But how much would you spend a day if you were on meth?
I don't know about the time period 1998. I mean, I know well, I've never done that, so I don't know how much a gram was. I know a gram of coke when I was using substances was like $60 to $80. That would have been 12, 13 years ago, so like 2010. So maybe, I mean, I'd say it'd be about the same. So maybe freaking between $40 and $80 for a gram.
Wow. So if you have a gram of coke, how much do you use at once? All of it? Not all of it.
I
That'd
mean,
be...
you could use all of it in a couple of hours, depending on how good it was. But meth was something that you did. You could use it all night, but like you'd be up for several days. Like you would need a gram maybe every 1 to 2 days. Maybe somebody who has used it could help me, but I that's what I would think.
Wow.
I mean, the last drug that I did was heroin, and I could easily spend $120 and get like 10 bags, and that would last me maybe a day and a half
Oh
during
my
when I was
God.
using
Wow.
really heavily.
Huh.
Depends on the grade and how much it's been stomped on, how pure it is. But back then, I mean, it was pure, and you were up for like 2 or 3 days off of one line, from what I
Right.
understand. So, and how many lines would be in a gram? Good Lord, a lot.
I remember trying coke once. That's the only time ever. And I was thinking, what the hell is the appeal of my throat and nose being all all asleep?
Yeah.
It didn't do a thing for me. Thank
Yeah.
goodness, you know.
Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, I didn't like it. See, I don't know if it's because I have ADHD or what, but like, it works differently for me. Now, the heroin would like make me nod out, and it would make me forget about all my issues. But like, pain pills is what I started on, and it gave me energy. Whereas I could get Coke, and it was really good Coke. I mean, it was like really good, but it would put me to sleep. I would get a numb throat, a numb nose, and go to sleep.
Wow. Yeah,
Um,
it did nothing for me. I have, I mean, I'm on painkillers now. I take codeine,
yeah.
but it's for pain. It doesn't give me a high. It's it's for pain, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you have pain, you know,
Yeah, I don't think it would necessarily give you energy and things like it did for me if I was in pain.
no, if anything, it'll put me to sleep too.
Yeah. Red Moon
Crazy.
said it's different for everyone. At the worst of my active addiction, I would smoke at least 3.5 grams a day, 16 years clean now.
Wow.
Okay, So are you talking about, I mean, I'm not trying to dig into your personal history, but would that be meth or would it be coke? Because I mean, this was 25 years ago as of last year, so it would have been about 10 years before when you were using 3.5 grams a day. And if you were able to use 3.5 grams a day of methamphetamine 10 years after this, I would think that if I mean, a gram, maybe it could be possible that it's only lasted him about maybe a half a day or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, any substance use is a huge risk. It's often laced with fentanyl or other things. Please do not use substances. Please seek help because it's so dangerous, especially now.
Yeah. No,
Y-
scary.
Yeah, I'm not in no way, shape, or form. I just want to reiterate, I am not promoting substance use. Please don't ever do that. It's
Oh,
it's
heck
a
no.
horrible thing. Okay.
Attack on a young man because he was gay. What would you say to people about what really happened?
Wow, that's a good question. I would say that it wasn't a hate crime. Just all I wanted to do was beat him up and rob him.
So the reason you attacked Matthew Shepard wasn't because he was gay. It was because you were strung out on drugs and frustrated
Very.
and angry.
Yeah, all that stuff builds up on you. It don't take much to make you snap completely.
But
So, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say to that extent.
Yeah. So, why do you think he's saying this now? I mean, not now because this is older, but would it be to protect himself in prison for some reason? What is his motive for, why doesn't he say, oh yeah, I beat up this gay guy, now I'm a big shot in prison because of it. So what's his motivation right now?
I don't know because I would think in prison, well, I mean, I don't know.
Chat? What do you think?
Yeah, what do you guys think would be his reason for saying this now?
Basil?
Basil's laid out. His little legs are laid out. It's so cute. Yeah, that's a good question. What would be Joy? What would be his reason for saying this now?
Mm.
Oh, Lord Abraham. Because it went global before global, he felt the heat.
Mm.
You think so?
Yes. Mm.
Maybe so he's not known as this person who committed this awful hate crime, but I mean, I think it's too late now regardless.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, Bad Girl said maybe all the hate and backlash he got for the hate crime. Yeah,
but
maybe.
he's in prison.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing life in prison anyway. Maybe the way he appears to people who come in,
I don't know.
it could be
Yeah.
just sticking to his story. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, appeals. Appeals,
Oh,
maybe for appeals. Yeah, sticking to his story and trying to reiterate. Yeah, that
yeah.
makes sense.
Exactly, Joy.
Why was the beating so bad if it was just a couple of guys desperate for a drug fix trying to rob somebody? Why the savage beating?
The methamphetamine just fueled at this point where there was no control. So it was a horrible murder, but it's a murder that was once again driven by drugs.
That's not unusual with methamphetamine. People truly lose control.
Dr. Richard Rawson at UCLA has been studying the link between methamphetamines and violence.
With methamphetamine, when you're under the influence or when you're in the first weeks after you've stopped using methamphetamine, the kinds of triggers that can set off an episode are completely unpredictable. It can be
I mean, they would have been doing more studies into methamphetamine, its effects, and things like that at this point in time in 2004 to learn learn the substances. I remember being in rehab and like this guy came in that was on meth and they didn't even know how to treat him, and that was probably 2010.
Wow.
Um, so I mean, maybe they could say that, but it's still it's not that he's not on methamphetamine and coming down from it. Like you're talking about triggers somebody has when they're in active detox or withdrawal. He was legitimately smoking and high when it happened.
Do we know that though? Like, do we know they had smoke already that day,
I mean,
or
okay,
would
so
would
they
or any day before that? Or
No, no, you're fine. His baby mama said that he was using it. It would be available at the bar if I had to guess, but the main thing for me is that they said Matthew had some on him, and they were going. The deal was that they were going to have relations with Matthew in exchange for the gram of meth. If they're actively using meth and they have beat Matthew to a bloody pulp, they've taken the meth because he more than likely had it on him to give to them after the relations were done. Um, and then they got him in the truck, beat him, took his meth, and were probably going to the apartment to get more to see if he had more there.
right? Yeah, I don't know. So with meth, is it a physical addiction as well as mental? I don't know. I'm asking because I have no idea. Like, so if you don't take it, would they have been getting sick at that point?
Not like
At some point?
it's not like heroin, like where you get physically sick. It it's a mental thing, but I've heard the mental effects can be really, really bad. But it's not like opiates. Like with opiates, you'll be like throwing up and stomach all messed up and physically sick.
Yes.
Um, and something I just thought of, they went to his apartment. Like, how did they? Well, I guess they would have had the address that was on his ID since they took the wallet. But that was weird for me for them to know where he lived.
But if you knew him already,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
hmm,
If it is a hate crime, he didn't start beating him until he touched on the leg. Yeah, that's true.
yeah, good point.
A lot of you also were saying for an appeal too. I appreciate y'all pointing that out. I do think it could be to try to get an appeal.
Yeah, yeah, that's possible.
Really, Joy? It could be something that they just said. Maybe Matthew didn't. It's not like that with meth, Abraham says.
I saw another video when they said, "Oh, Matthew was he was a dealer and he took it," and I don't know. I wasn't there, right? So
Yeah. That's what I think they said here too, that he was a dealer and that he used it.
yeah. But having said all that, um, if it wasn't a hate crime, I'd want to know anyway. Like, I don't want somebody to be accused of a hate crime if it's not a hate crime. So I
Right.
want the truth is what I want.
Right.
Either way. But
Mhm.
to me, it's not looking like it's not a hate crime. I think it was a hate crime.
Yeah, I think it was too, especially considering the stigma that was around these type of things in that time period. I think if something like that happened today, it wouldn't have went that way at all. I don't think they would have beat him as bad or anything because we become a lot more accepting as a society.
I don't know. I
You don't know?
No, I mean things are getting worse. I think for a lot of people.
You think?
Yeah, I mean we don't want to start talking about politics, but with what's going on,
Yeah.
I think people are emboldened in their hatred. Um, yeah,
Mm.
I don't want to go too far that way, but
Yeah, yeah, I get it. I see. I don't realize these things. I need to look into it because I was under the impression that it was a lot better, but I'm from the outside looking in, so I wouldn't know.
right. I mean, here in Victoria, we have gay pride. We've never had any problems, but who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Miss Honeybee said this still happens in our society. Things are so much worse. I had no idea. Thank you guys for educating me on that.
You say a word with the wrong inflection, you touch someone on the shoulder, it's completely unpredictable as to what will set somebody off.
If Aaron McKinney had not become involved with methamphetamine, Matthew Shepard would be alive today.
I don't.
There are a lot of facts the mythology surrounding this case got wrong. If you think Matthew Shepard never met his killer before that night, you may have to think again.
Aaron McKinney and Matthew Shepard were not strangers. They knew each other. Everybody knew Matt Shepard was a partier, just like Aaron, just like the rest of us.
So this might go into what we were talking about, where we had heard that they did know each other a
Yeah.
lot better than they let on.
And I said earlier in chat, when I was in chat, that I thought his dad had found him, and then they said a cyclist found him. So I'm sorry if I gave the wrong information. I thought it had been his dad who had gone looking for him and had found him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this case is a very old case, and it's hard to remember things like that off your head. So if you did, I mean, I'm sure it's okay, but yeah, we'll find out, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
I just don't want to give wrong information on your channel, that's all.
I appreciate it. You're so sweet.
Thank you.
Central to the mythology around the murder of Matthew Shepard is the idea of two different worlds colliding, and anti-gay hatred exploding in a deadly meeting of strangers. But 2020's investigation suggests the main characters in this tragic drama didn't live in such different worlds. Laramie is the kind of place where people are likely to know each other. It is a small town with just a handful of bars. It would not be unusual for Matthew Shepard and Aaron McKinney to have crossed paths, but McKinney says they did not. You're saying that you had never met Matthew Shepard before, even though it was a small town. You both hung out at a lot of the same bars.
Right.
You both had some of the same friends. You never ever met him?
No.
What would you say if people said, in fact, you did know each other?
People have said that.
And?
I've never met him. I don't know why you would think so. Maybe they seen us somewhere in the same spot or something. I don't know.
You know what? That's Duper's delight right there.
Yeah, Indy, real quick, I didn't mean to yell at you. I didn't realize my caps locks was on. Yeah, he's lying. Like everybody else is saying that they did know each other, and so that makes me feel like he's lying about saying it's not a hate crime either.
Yeah. Yeah, you see his mouth, his little corner of his mouth went up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Still a hate crime, yep.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Matthew had no meth in his system. I didn't know that. I'm going to look that up.
The world where people say they'd seen them together was the one centered around meth, speed, crank. Aaron McKinney was a regular in that crowd, and some people say so was Matthew Shepard.
I had seen them at the same parties, you know, and I knew Aaron was selling, and, you know, him and Matt would go off to the side and they'd come back, and, you know, Matt would be doing some meth then.
The first time I seen Aaron McKinney and Matthew together would have been 2 months before school started in 98.
Jean, who asked us not to use her full name, was a bartender familiar with the local drug scene. She says she was friendly with Matthew Shepard, and when she heard about him being beaten, something clicked.
You know, ding ding, you know, it's either money or dope, yeah. He'd be the perfect target, especially because Aaron knew him.
As word spread about Matt being savagely beaten that night, other people who knew him also thought the drug scene might somehow be involved. Laramie Police Commander Dave O'Malley got a call from a friend of Shepard's suggesting just that.
Now, as I recall, he'd indicated that he thought Matt had used crank.
Having quickly caught Shepard's attackers, police had little reason to investigate the role drugs may have played that night. At the time, McKinney told police he hadn't used drugs for months.
I really don't think he was in a methamphetamine-induced rage when this happened.
And I don't either. I think it was a hate crime. But I think he hated who he was, and he knew that Matthew knew who he was, and he couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
I'm looking up about the methamphetamine being in Matthew's system right now while we watch this.
I don't buy it at all.
I don't either.
But Aaron does say, and Russell said as well, that Aaron had been strung out on meth for days, that he'd been taking a lot of it.
Yeah.
Is it possible that that's the case?
Could have happened.
There are experts on methamphetamines who say that being under the influence of that drug, especially chronic influence,
Certainly.
heavy use, can make you crazy.
Is that a defense to what you do?
I'm not saying it's a defense, it's an explanation perhaps.
Sure. But I feel comfortable in my own heart that that they did what they did to Matt because they were hatred towards him for being gay.
The reason he was talking.
I mean, I tend to agree with that, and if that's what the sheriff feels like, I'm going to agree with him.
Yeah.
So it says there was no traces of methamphetamine in Matthew Shepard's system when he died. The coroner confirmed that he had no meth, cocaine, or opiates in his system. However, it is noted that one of the individuals involved in the murder, McKinney, was reportedly, quote, strung out on meth, unquote, prior to the incident. So if Matthew didn't have traces of methamphetamine in his system, but they said that he frequently used it, I mean, he could have been a dealer, but if you are addicted to the substance and you're at the bar drinking, you're damn sure going to have it in your system, especially if you have it on you. So maybe there was no meth in the car that night. Maybe he wasn't smoking meth and high already. Maybe they were going to the apartment to see if there was something there because Matthew didn't have anything on him.
Yeah. It's so hard to know.
It is. Says in this article, you said the first one right here, it says that he had small amounts of marijuana in his system, but that was about it.
So what somebody said, I don't know if it was in this, if it was here right now or the video I watched earlier, but that he had a bag of something in his wallet that he was going to sell. Did we hear that here?
I don't think so. It might have been here, but I don't remember hearing that myself. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that I could have missed it, or that I could have missed them saying that.
Yeah, I watched a quick video earlier when I realized that you were doing his story. And thank you for doing his story, by the way.
Oh yeah, thank you
So
for being here.
you're welcome. So it could have been in that he had something in his wallet that they wanted, as well as the money. But that video was saying that it was not a hate crime. So I don't know which way to go. I believe it
Right.
was, but
Yeah, I believe it was too. If he had a bag in his wallet, that could have been the methamphetamine, but I can't imagine that it would be left there after they took his wallet and beat him. Like anything
right,
that was on him, they would have had.
right. And then if they knew they would have taken his keys, or if he had keys to his place, and then
Yep.
Aaron knew him from before. I don't know. I'm a little suspicious of this guy too. What's this one's name?
I can't.
It's okay. We'll hear it.
Yeah, I need to write down each one of their names. I know the other one's Aaron McKinney, I do believe. So this is
Yeah.
not the Aaron McKinney dude.
No. Yeah. The other one is Aaron.
Yeah.
Targeted was not because he was gay. It's not because me and Aaron had anything against gays or any of that. No,
He kept looking over and to the left, which made me feel like he's lying.
Yeah.
I have gay friends.
What were you saying?
Oh, it's just this one. He just, yeah. Sorry, I'm mumbling.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, and then he just saying, yeah, we had gay friends. I hate when people say that. Yeah, I've got African American friends, and like what? I mean,
Right?
you sound even more biased when you say shit like that.
It's such a stupid thing to say. It's
It
so
really
funny
is.
about anyone.
Yeah, it really is. Abraham said, listen to what the other guy said, that they used to see Matthew in bars together and at parties. And they used to see Matthew and Big Ears together
Figures.
at parties, and Big Ears and Matthew used to go off on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's lying. Yep, you nailed it. He gonna fly away on them things.
I know other gay people. You know, that kind of thing don't bother me so much.
I don't believe
One
you.
of McKinney's gay friends may have been
So much.
Matthew Shepard, according to another woman who says she saw them together.
My first impression of Matthew Shepard was that he seemed like a really nice kid.
Elaine Baker says several weeks before the murder, she spent a night on the town in Doc O'Connor's limousine with a group that included both McKinney and Shepard.
In the back of the limo, there was me, Stephanie, Doc, Aaron, Matthew Shepard.
Doc O'Connor says Matthew Shepard was a friend close enough to share some of his secrets, like Matthew's worries about HIV. Doc was also close with Aaron McKinney, who in flush times partied in Doc's limos. And in fact, McKinney and his girlfriend lived for a while in an apartment on Doc's property.
So, okay, it seems like Matthew was the one that was really good friends with Doc, because Matthew is comfortable enough with Doc to tell Doc he has AIDS, but doesn't tell his best girlfriend that he's got AIDS. So Matthew and Doc, in my opinion, have a really good relationship. And then Aaron is partying in the limousines and even renting an apartment from Doc. So they would have seen each other more than likely quite frequently through this associate of theirs named Doc. And I think Aaron, having this $100,000 and it being 1998, probably rented out the limousines quite a bit if he had money to blow.
Yeah. Yeah. And that debunks what he said about not knowing Matthew. Right there. Boom.
Yep. Yeah, because again, Matthew's comfortable enough with Doc, the limousine owners, to tell him he has AIDS and doesn't tell anybody else. And Aaron's written an apartment from Doc, the limousine owner.
Yeah.
Yeah, they knew each other.
Yeah.
They lived here almost a month.
Had you ever known Aaron to say anything anti-gay? Had you ever known him to be uncomfortable or rude toward people he suspected of being gay?
No.
Ever?
Ever. Never heard him say anything about gay people.
Had he been exposed to gay people?
Has he been exposed to gay people? Yeah, he's been exposed to a lot of gay people.
How so?
How so?
Mm-hmm.
I know of an instance where like he had a three-way, 2 guys and 1 gal at a party, an all-nighter.
He was actually involved in having sex with both a man and a woman.
That's correct.
How do you know that?
Because he did it with me.
Because you were the guy.
That's right.
So,
He did it with my lady friend.
And I mean, again, I know he's like repeating the question she asked because he's irritated with her at the moment, like the way she says, "How do you know?" And he says, "How do I know?" Well, da 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 da. Like he could be trying to speak himself up and act like he knows things that are not, like he knows more than what he's letting on. But I believe him in this instant because the whole thing about methamphetamine is the sex aspect of it. I mean, we watched that one guy, the damn devil of meth, and he's talking about he's having sex with this woman on the truck of the. I played it, and it's like he's saying I'm having sex with this woman in the back of the truck, and there's buffalo out there, and she looks over and she's like, if you had one like that, I'd never leave you. And then he's like, come over here and help me do this. Like it's some kind of
Yeah.
sexual thing about meth, and so I absolutely believe that they were all getting sexually crazy on that
Right.
drug.
Wow. Scary.
Yeah, his body language is aggressive. He could be
And
lying and being defensive, but
yeah.
I believe him in that moment.
But then he would have outed himself right now if he was the second guy in
Yeah.
2004. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, he just outed himself for having, yeah, good point, Abellis.
And he
Same time.
didn't seem uncomfortable?
No, absolutely not.
How did that happen?
Well, things happen when you're drinking and having fun.
Did you think that Aaron was bisexual?
No, I know he's bisexual. There ain't no doubt in my mind. He is bisexual.
Do you think Aaron is bisexual?
Now I do, yes.
Based on?
He was always into trying to talk me into having a three-way with one of his guy friends.
A couple different people have said that.
Now that's interesting coming from a heterosexual female. Most of the time, when I've been asked to have three-ways, it's with two girls and one guy. So that is interesting.
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
What? I don't know. Don't know what
Yeah,
to say. Yeah.
I kind of don't know what to say either. I'm at a loss of words.
I just,
Red, sorry, what'd you say?
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Red Moon said, Deception Detective said that's buying time to make up your story. I agree it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she was really hesitant there for a minute, the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I was going to say something else and I lost it. It's okay.
Well, if you remember, let me know and I'll pause.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, it's got Diddy vibes. It does.
Ugh.
Not necessarily the control and aspect of it, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
They had seen you engaged in some sort of sexual contact with other men. Has that ever happened in your life?
No.
You've never had any sexual contact with other men?
Nope.
I could tell he was lying.
Mm-hmm.
Let me back that up. Hold on.
Sort of sexual contact with other men. Has that ever happened in your life?
No.
You've been in
never had any-
prison for how long now, too?
Yeah, and did you...
I'm sorry, but
Right. I mean, yeah, that happens there. Do we need to play the booty bandit? Need I remind you?
it's funny.
um, but watch how many times he blinks when he says no. He's a horrible liar.
To having a three-way
Yes.
with one of his guy friends.
A couple different people have said that they had seen you
When they get close up, hold on,
engaged
right here.
in
Yeah.
some sort of sexual contact with other men. Has that ever happened in your life?
No.
You've never.
He looks down and blinks so many times. Yeah, his change. There's a change in his voice. He is full of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Look what he does with his lips. Yep, he knew the question was coming, and he was uncomfortable. Yeah, he was very uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
Yep. He said no, but nodded yes. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Eye blocking. Yep.
He's a study in lying.
Mm-hmm. Like again, I mean, I really do think that he took out who he really was and his hatred for himself and the person that he was that he couldn't deal with on Matthew.
Yeah. And who knows what he grew up with? I'm not going to give him an excuse, but who knows what his family was like? His dad may have,
Yeah. Mid.
beaten the crap out of him if he knew he was bi. Who
Yep.
knows?
Out in the Midwest and in the
Yeah.
80s and 90s. Heck
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Heck
if he's
yeah.
that violent that he beats up two people in the same night, he's got some issues.
Yep. Absolutely. That was a good point. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Again, it's not an excuse. I'm just saying.
Right.
Never had any sexual contact with other men?
Nope.
And he still just blinked several times when he said that.
Yeah.
Displaying a strong aversion to homosexual sex was a tactic McKinney used at his trial. His lawyers developed a so-called gay panic defense, claiming homosexual abuse McKinney suffered as a child triggered the violent attack on Shepard.
Whose idea was that?
A little mine, a little the lawyers.
And why did you think that would be an effective defense?
At the time, that seemed like that'd be the best way to prove and I didn't mean to kill him.
So you made up a story about going into a rage because he made a pass at you.
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding right, they're trying to say that he was abused by a man when he was a child, and then Matthew touched his leg, and it sent him into a rage because of the trauma he had endured when he was a child.
I don't know. I don't know.
Matt, Joy said Matthew had a good family from what I could tell. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I was going to say, when he walked in with the cops, he looked really proud of himself. Did you notice that?
I
Like
did.
he went off what we were talking about just now, but I
No,
just
you're yeah, I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I'm so sorry. But
no,
yeah,
no,
I'm going to replay that. He smiles and everything.
Actual contact with other men?
Nope.
Watch him when he walks in, like Abellis was saying.
Displaying a strong aversion
Look
to
at him
homosexual
smiling.
sex was a tactic
looking at the
McKinney used
camera.
at his trial.
Mm-hmm.
His lawyers developed a so-called gay panic defense, claiming
Look at
homosexual
him.
abuse McKinney suffered as a child triggered the violent attack on Shepard.
Whose idea was that?
He loves the camera's focus on him right there.
He did.
I'm pretty sure that bullshit story made one of the lesions on my brain worse. Oh my goodness.
Sarah, no.
That was his defense. I
Yeah,
bet the guys on the old cell block loved them ears. Lord have mercy.
Michael, you're
Oh
killing
my
me.
goodness. Michael. Lord have mercy. So, in order to go
Oh,
with that defense, that it's trauma from when he was a child, and being hurt, and the trauma made him snap. I mean, do we have any proof of the trauma other than his word? I mean, I know there's not much to go on things like that other than the victim's testimony, but I I don't believe it honestly.
yeah. I mean, people around would know, maybe.
Maybe.
But who was this guy? Was it his dad or?
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out.
No, seriously. Basil, go hide.
He's actually scratching his ears right now.
Oh,
A little mine, a little the lawyers.
And why did you think that would be an effective defense?
At the time, that seemed like that'd be the best way to prove that I didn't mean to kill him.
but he's
So you
shaking
made
his
up a
head.
story about going into a rage because he
Yep.
made a pass at you.
Yeah.
And he said that he was shaking his head yes when they said you made up the story about him going into a rage when he made this pass at you, because he did make up that story and that was his defense. So he's telling the truth, and so he didn't have trouble, you know, us being able to tell that he was telling the truth there. It looked like it anyway.
Right, right.
Miss Honeybee said he can also use this excuse that his attorney made him use that argument as a basis for attorney malpractice to motion for a new trial. That's a
Ooh,
great point.
I love our
That
chat. They're
I
so
do
smart.
too. Yeah, our speculation family is really, really smart. That was a really great point, Miss Honeybee.
Basil.
Matthew had fingerprint bruises on his groin. Oh my God.
Oh, oh, so there you know, what does
Yep.
that tell you?
Yep. He's only saying it wasn't a hate crime for a chance at an appeal to his life without the possibility of parole. I think so. That's what I'm seeing.
Ooh,
Red Moon, thank you so very much for gifting a Speculation Station membership. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really, really appreciate it. Um, that went to Kate K. Kate K, if you are here and you are gifted from Red Moon, please tell Red Moon thank you, and I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Red Moon. I appreciate that. She said, choo choo.
Betting a Wyoming court would be sympathetic to gay panic did not pay off. McKinney wound up with 2 life sentences, assuring he'll spend the rest of his life in prison. Ironically, McKinney's gay panic defense only further fueled the hate crime story.
Oh my
Outside
God.
the courthouse, Matthew Shepard's
What the
supporters,
hell?
dressed as angels, quietly
Nice.
faced
Oh,
off against anti.
okay. I didn't know what that was when they zoomed out. I'm glad that they did dress as angels. That's very sweet.
They forgot the pointy hat. Sorry.
Lord have mercy.
Anti-gay protesters. Fearing the death penalty in such a high-profile case, Russell Henderson pled guilty to avoid it.
So his name is Russell Henderson, and then we
Yeah.
got Aaron McKinney.
I noticed he had a scar when he's speaking years later in 2004. I wonder what happened right there.
I think it's in relation to the homicide, but I'm not sure. I was reading something about that or saw it in one of these clips.
Hmm.
There's
Good.
something that's going to go into it.
Yeah.
Without a trial, a jury never got to hear answers to questions like this.
Did you ever touch Matthew Shepard? Did you ever lay a hand on him?
No.
Henderson admits tying Matthew to the fence, but says he never hit him.
Never struck him, never hit him, I never even pushed him, never even shook his hand.
He's grinning.
Did you tell the police ever?
He is, and in a sick way, I think he's getting. I mean, he's out of his jail cell for the day and talking to somebody, but I think he's delighting in recalling the crime.
Yeah, I think so too.
That you never touched Matthew? That you never hit him?
No.
Why not? Why wouldn't you say, I didn't beat him, I didn't hit him?
My attorney advised me, said it was better to say nothing.
Russell
I wonder if he's going to argue for ineffective counsel again.
Henderson was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms, the same sentence given to Aaron McKinney.
It's real hard for me to talk to Russ, to see him in this situation, knowing that I'm the one that put him here.
So Aaron, the one that you just saw just now, was the one that beat him up, and then the other guy, Russell, was the one that was driving. Russell is the one with the scar on his lip. That's who was driving.
I tend to believe Aaron in what he just said. He seemed. What do you think? He seemed to tell the truth right there.
I need to take it back because I didn't quite catch all of it, so we'll take it back. Oh, that he wasn't able to talk to Russell.
Yeah.
They're at separate prisons, so possibly. Let me play it again just to make sure I don't have it wrong.
Russell Henderson was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms, the same sentence given to Aaron McKinney.
It's real hard for me to talk to Russ, to see him in this situation, knowing that I'm the one that put him here.
I agree with that, because if Russell really didn't play that big of a role in the crime and it was mainly Aaron, I could see him feeling guilt for Russell getting the same sentence as him.
Yeah.
For a long time I thought that his death wasn't my fault. And then as time has gone on, I got a better understanding and know that I could have prevented it, I could have stopped it, but I didn't. Matthew died because I didn't stop it. I'm sorry to the Shepard family. They've had the hardest of all this. I'm sorry to the nation, because this affected a lot of people. And I wish every day I could change it or fix it.
I'm not sure about that comment.
Yeah, I'm not real sure about it either.
Because
Miss Honey, sorry, go ahead.
If they wanted If they wanted appeals, then he would say something like that.
Yep. Yep. I think so. And I think they're trying to let things die down and help things to kind of die down or to sound more not as bad as they were so that they can appeal it.
Yeah. Westboro.
Miss Honeybee said Westboro Baptist Church started their hate and interruption of memorial services for LGBTQIA plus during this case. They fueled the fire, which we deal with today. These people dressed as wings to block the signs and stuff. I think that was amazing that they dressed with as angels with the wings to block the signs of the hate.
Oh, okay. So I was wrong. I apologize about
Oh,
that.
that's okay.
I think it's Westboro Church that I think it's a gay couple, two men who bought the house right across the street from the Baptist church and painted it rainbow colors. Is that the one with the
Oh,
hilarious?
maybe that would be a great thing to do.
I think that's the one. Yeah.
That's a good idea. Abraham said, I don't know why Russell would just accept that if he didn't do anything. That's true.
Yeah.
I
So
don't.
the angels were on our side. Our side. We're on Matthew's side.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
I had thought they were part of the church.
Yeah. It would seem that way when you're talking about a church that people would dress as angels to be on that side.
Yeah.
6 years later, there is still a lot we don't know about the circumstances surrounding Matthew Shepard's murder. But the fact that this case may be more complex than it seemed at first does not make the pain less profound, nor the alarm it sounded less urgent. The death of Matthew Shepard has led to enormous changes in understanding and tolerance. Matthew's story has become immortalized in documentaries, television movies, and a play. Called the Laramie Project, it has become one of the most produced theater pieces in America. There was a small screen version on HBO.
You bound him to that fence in order that he might be more savagely beaten.
The Laramie Project is often used in schools as a lesson in the insidious workings of hate and prejudice. That the real events of the case may have had little to do with either should not blunt the basic message, says prominent gay advocate Andrew Sullivan.
The case for protecting gay people from violence is strong, overwhelming, regardless of the details of Matthew Shepard's murder.
I'm glad that they did add this part to it, but I want us to see the actual details of the crime, so I'm going to look for that next.
Right.
Regardless of what we might find out about it, what its complexities were, what its human dimensions were.
Would it matter if it wasn't a hate crime, if it were something else like drugs or...
I'm just not buying into that. There were a lot of things going on that night, and hate was one of them. And they murdered my son, ultimately. Anything else we find out just doesn't change that fact. I no longer have him, and I miss him.
Today, Judy Shepard runs a foundation dedicated to promoting tolerance, changing attitudes, and assuring Matthew's legacy will be a positive one.
His legacy, I think, will be as a turning point when the country started to move in the right direction on these issues.
Sean Maloney is Judy Shepard's legal advisor.
For a whole generation of gays and lesbians, it represents a time when the country was forced to examine what happens in the daily lives of gays and lesbians in this country, and transgendered people too.
Attitudes about gay people in this state have changed an awful lot since then, for the better.
Jason Marsden, a white...
And they've changed even more now, even though we're still dealing with some issues. But, this was only 6 years after the crime. I do think, regardless, it did help in some ways across the nation for people to become more understanding and open.
Right. Pardon me.
Wyoming journalist at the time was a friend of Matthew's and says he was personally inspired by the case.
Oh,
It
wow.
made me question why I had never come out publicly. So I decided that I would be honest about my homosexuality in the newspaper for all to see and take as they will.
In the aftermath of the Shepherd case, other people close to it have made dramatic changes in their lives.
This whole thing opened up a different Dave O'Malley. Before this had happened, I was really quite homophobic.
Really?
Oh, God. I told all of the jokes, I used all of the terminology that is so gross to me today because I was ignorant.
I think that, Matthew Shepard has been a symbol for respect for other people, and if nothing else, that certainly is good for all of us to think about that.
I mean, I'm glad to see this change.
Yeah, yeah. There was a lot of changes because of Matthew. Who's that?
Yeah.
The last gentleman who was talking. Who was he again?
I think he might have been the district attorney. He looked like an attorney of some sort.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Ruka, the man who prosecuted the Shepherd case, says it helped fuel his current crusade against the drug he feels was at the center of it.
So he's the district attorney or prosecutor.
Yes. Thank you.
Methamphetamine,
Yes, ma'am.
is the worst drug this country has ever seen.
Hey, Veronica.
In certain places, even in Wyoming right now, you can attribute 70% of crimes to methamphetamine.
Matthew Shepard was a murder victim. But I don't see why we should be afraid of finding out everything we possibly can about what happened. And I don't think it does anybody any service to engage in mythology rather than in reality. But we don't have to turn him into something he wasn't, or turn an event into something it wasn't.
He was a young man with issues. He had problems. He was not a perfect child. He was not any different, any better, any worse than anybody else on this planet. He was just a young 21-year-old college student who happened to be gay. That's who Matt was.
So sad.
It is.
Matthew Shepard's killer, Aaron McKinney, has waived his rights to appeal his conviction. However, his accomplice, Russell Henderson, says he hopes to file a federal appeal, claiming he was never fully advised of his rights. And that's...
I don't find that surprising.
Yeah. But they're still
Drug
both
program.
in prison, right?
Yeah, they're still both in prison serving life sentences without the possibility of parole.
Right. Good.
For tonight, thanks for joining us.
So I appreciate Patrick McKimmon for sharing with us the Matthew Shepard story from 2004. Let me see. I want to see if I can pull up this movie, The Laramie Project. Hopefully we can play it. Okay, this is from the Laramie Project movie. I'm going to give it a thumbs up and subscribe and share their link. Now, if it gets cut off because it is HBO, just wait and I'll be back because they might try to shut me down for playing it. We'll see.
Will it
We're going to
hurt?
try. No, not physically. I am going to mute while they play music so I don't get...
My stomach is growling.
Oh, do you need to get you something to eat?
Oh, I will after. It's all good. I just don't
Okay.
want to gross out the poor cat or you.
I learned that they
Okay.
had grown up in Laramie. I was just floored.
In Laramie, Wyoming, a young man...
Is it shut down or am I still here? Joy said shut down in 3 seconds. Yeah, they said they don't care that you can eat.
No, I think it's still on. It looks good.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to keep my
is in a deep
My my YouTube pulled up so I can see. Okay.
coma, near death, from a savage beating.
When I first found out, I just thought it was horrible. Nobody deserves that. I don't care who you are.
A college freshman was beaten, tied to a fence, and left for dead in Wyoming this week.
Certainly you'd like to think this was somebody from out of town. Somebody who comes through and beats somebody up. But if we're talking about somebody who's been beaten repeatedly by somebody from our town, well, that certainly offends us.
I'm wondering if they got, I mean, obviously there's actors, but I'm wondering if these are, it's a play, this is based on a play that they wrote about this case, but I'm wondering if these are all things that, like, the town actually said about the crime afterwards.
Right. I would probably think so, you know.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I've got it live, so hopefully if it gets shut down, I'll be able to tell.
If you'd asked me before, I would have told you, you know, Laramie is a beautiful town. It's secluded, you know, secluded enough so you can have your own identity. You know, now, after Matthew, we're a town defined by an accident or a crime, you know. We become Waco or Jasper, you know. We're a noun or a definition or a sign.
It says
Yeah.
this film is based on transcripts of over 200 interviews with the people of Laramie, Wyoming. So, yeah.
I love that actor, by the way. He was in Private Ryan.
Was he? I forget his name. Is that the one that was a little boy in the? Oh my gosh, the Goonies, or the one where they go in the cave and they find out, and he talks a lot about the industry and the open secrets where they hurt children.
I don't remember that part, but I know he's a great actor. I forget his name also, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I tape this?
No, I don't mind.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for taking time out of your rehearsal to talk to me.
I must tell you, when I first heard you were thinking of coming here, when you first called me, I wanted to say, you just kicked me in the stomach. Why are you doing this to me? And then I thought, well, that's stupid. You're not doing this to me. And more importantly, my students need to talk.
Corey Feldman. Thank you.
No, that's not Corey Feldman.
Okay,
Corey
that's
Feldman.
who I was thinking about.
Right, yeah. No, he's not Corey Feldman.
Okay. Hey, Mercedes.
Yeah, that story too, Brendan Tina, is a horrible story.
I have to look that one up.
That girl was talking about it. Oh, shoot. What's the name? Bad girl of the movie? Boys Don't Cry.
Okay. Brandon Tina. I didn't know. See, I don't know much about the movie Boys Don't Cry. I didn't know it was based on actual events.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
When this first happened, they started to talk about it, and then the media descended and all dialogue stopped.
Well, we're not reporters.
I know. I read your last play.
And you did?
Gave me an idea of what you do.
Moises called saying he had an idea for his next theater project, but there was a somberness to his voice. So I asked him what it was all about, and he said he may want to do a piece about what's happening in Wyoming.
Lee called me and told me that the company was thinking of going down to Laramie and conducting some interviews, and did I want to come? I did. I said, yeah, but I was hesitant because as a gay man, I mean, a kid had just been killed there because he was gay.
What exactly do you want?
Well, I'd like you to give me names of people who might want to talk to us. And I'd like to talk to your students and your friends. I want to hear from the people of the town.
I've never done anything like this before.
I really like her as an actress too.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
How do you get people to talk to you? What do you ask?
It's still very raw for us here.
I understand, but this is no longer about Laramie or Wyoming. This is about the whole country.
To me, it's still about Laramie.
The company has agreed to come to Laramie and interview the people of the town, and I'm scared because I don't know what I'm going to do about trying to ensure their safety. I made a preliminary contact with Rebecca Hilliker, who's the head of the theater department at the University of Wyoming, and hopefully that will lead to more interviews. Hey, you're late. I know. We talked for a lot longer than I planned.
So what did Rebecca say?
Look, she gave me names of a bunch of people who might talk to us, townspeople and ranchers, some students, so we should try and contact these people first.
Well, let's see if anybody's gonna talk.
Great. You okay? What?
Please don't do that here.
Where are you folks from?
New York. New York.
And what brings you to town? We're just passing through.
Okay, I had to step away for just a second, but I think we're still good. I'm trying to pause it periodically. Michael said, okay, thank you. Michael said, in my opinion, the sheriff is responsible for Brandon's murder. Oh my goodness. Queer as Folks. I've heard about that, but I've never watched it.
It's so good. Both the British one and the North American one.
I have to look into that.
It's a TV series.
Hi. Is Linda home?
No, she's working.
Okay, well, can you tell her that Amanda stopped by and I'll be at the Ranger Motel?
And who are you?
Well, I'm with the theater company. Rebecca Hilliker told her about me.
I never heard of her. What do you want?
Well, I'm with the theater company and we're writing a play about Laramie and the Matthew Shepard incident.
Why are you doing that?
Well, we think it's a story that...
Well, you're sticking your nose into something we don't need to talk about anymore. That's over and done.
I understand your feeling.
We don't want any more of this. You're not wanted here.
Where are you going with this story?
Well, when the play's finished, we're going to bring it around to Laramie.
And you're going to use our words?
That's the idea.
Well, I've been close enough to the case to know many of the people. I have a daughter works in the sheriff's department. As for the gay issue, I don't give a damn one way or another, as long as they don't bother me. And even if they did, I just say no thank you. And that's the attitude of most of the Laramie population. They might poke one in a bar situation, you know, they've been drinking, they might actually smack one in the mouth, but then they just walk away. Laramie is live and let live.
So it sounds like people are torn.
Yeah.
Dear brothers and sisters, I am here today to bring you the word of the Lord. In my ministry, I found a simple truth that I'd like to share with you today, and it's this. The word is either sufficient or it is not. Now, scientists tell me that human history, that the world is 5 billion or 6 billion years old. After all, what's a billion years, give or take? But the Bible tells me that human history is 6,000 years old. The word is either sufficient or it is not.
In Laramie, population 26,687. The first thing to greet us was Walmart. This could be any main drag in America, fast food chains, gas stations. But as we drove into the downtown area by the railroad tracks, the buildings still retained the shape of a turn-of-a-century western town. Oh, and as we passed the University Inn on the sign where
I mean, a lot of towns, even out west, or even I've heard in Arkansas, have that old look to them.
Mm-hmm.
Amenities, such as heated pool or cable TV, are usually touted. It said, hate is not a Laramie value.
So how did you wind up here?
Well, when it came time to go to college, my parents couldn't really afford to send me to college. So I knew that I wanted to study theater, but I knew that if I wanted to go to college, I had to get on a scholarship. So there's this like competition they have every year. It's like a Wyoming State high school competition thing, and so I came to the university to the theater department to look for some good scenes, right? And I asked the professor. I said, I need a killer scene, and he's like, here, there you go. This is it.
What was it?
That was Angels in America. I read that, and I'm like, this is okay. I can win best scene if I just do a good enough job, you know. So I tell my parents, so they can come see me in the competition. And they brought me in their room, and they sat me down, and they said that they wouldn't come to see me if I did that scene. They couldn't.
Why is that?
Because they believe it's wrong, because homosexuality is wrong, And all I remember from the competition is just standing ovation.
Oh, really?
We won, we got first place. It's one of the best moments of my life. Just,
Did your parents come?
Parents weren't there.
So why'd you do it?
Actually, if I'm really honest, I think I wanted to win, really. And it was just the greatest scene, I just wanted to win.
So it's so far it's depicting the way that the town is torn, and people trying to do things to bring homosexuality, make it more well known, and some people are completely against even talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Today, for the first time, I met someone who actually knew Matthew Shepard. Trish Steger, owner of a shop in town, referred to him as Matt.
Matt used to come into my shop. That's how I knew him.
It was the first time I ever heard him referred to as Matt instead of Matthew. What was he like?
I don't know, How does any one person ever tell about another?
Matt was a blunt little shit. You know what I'm saying? And he's a little guy, 5'2", soaking wet, I bet you 97 pounds tops. I mean, they were saying he weighed 110 pounds. I don't believe it. I say, are you Matthew Shepard? And he says, yeah, I'm Matthew Shepard, but I don't want you to call me Matthew or Mr. Shepard. Don't call me none of that. My name is Matt. And I want you to know that I am gay, and we're going to be going to a gay bar. Do you have a problem with that? I said, no. How you paying? Okay, because the fact of the matter is, Laramie doesn't have any gay bars. Well, for that matter, neither does Wyoming. You see, he was hiring me to take him down to Fort Collins, Colorado, which is about an hour away.
So Gary Bishumi, or however you say his last name, is playing the doc guy that we saw in the 2020 episode.
I love this guy too. He's so good.
Yeah, I was obsessed with Boardwalk Empire.
Oh, Fargo.
He
He was
played
in
in that.
Fargo.
Was he?
Yeah.
He was struggling when he first came here, reaching out, trying to fit in.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Hi, my sister Romaine. She was a close friend of Matthew's.
Matthew really wanted to get into political affairs. That was all his big interest was. Watching CNN and MSNBC. Those are the only TV stations I ever saw his TV tune into.
So why did he move to Laramie?
He told me he was thinking about going back to school. So I told him, go to the University of Wyoming. Go to Laramie.
Yes.
You can really find a home there.
I was Matthew's academic advisor. So.
Yes, ma'am.
This actress, if Chat remembers, wasn't she the one who played Eileen Wuornos' girlfriend in the film Monster?
Yes, Christina Ricci.
Right. She's great. She didn't look anything like the real one, but
No, but she was a good actor.
yeah.
I grew up when she was acting in like Casper and those movies.
All right. That's perfect.
Yeah.
I knew him in a very specific context, but I can tell you that Matthew was very shy when he first came in, to the point of being somewhat mousy, I'd almost say. But soon, his shyness began to give way to this person that was excited about this track that he was going to embark on.
Whenever I think of Matthew, I think of his incredible beaming smile. He'd walk into a room and just be like, and he'd smile at everyone. And he made you feel great.
He was just starting to say, there are opportunities here. There are things I can do in this world. I can be important.
I heard from Matt about 48 hours before the attack. And he told me he just joined the gay and lesbian group on campus. And he was really enjoying it, getting ready for Pride Week and whatnot. He was totally stoked about school. He was really happy being there.
I can only say this in retrospect, of course. I think that's where he was headed, towards human rights.
See, I didn't know he was in college either. That's really good.
Mm-hmm. I think his mom mentioned it earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I know it was in the other documentary, but before today, I didn't know that he was going to college.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something here. There's more gay people in Wyoming than meets the eye.
You think?
I know for a fact. I mean, they're not particularly, what do you call the queens, the gay people, queens? You know, they run around faggot type people. I mean, they're more like, you know, the ones who'll throw a bale of hay, jump on a horse, brand them, and kick ass. You know what I'm saying? And as I always say, you don't fuck with a Wyoming queer, because they'll fucking kick you in your ass. But that's not the point of what I'm saying.
What is the point?
The people of Wyoming do not give a damn one way or the other if you're gay, if you're straight, if you're bisexual, trisexual, it doesn't matter.
Really?
That's what I just said, it doesn't matter.
I was the first out lesbian or gay faculty member, and that's in 1992, so that's not that long ago. They asked me at the interview what my husband did, so, I came out then.
When I first moved out here,
She's a really good actress, too.
Yes, they all are.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was going to be hard as a gay man. And there would be times, I would go down to Denver and I would go to the gay bars there, and people would ask me where I was from, and I would say Laramie, Wyoming. And I met so many men down there from Wyoming. So many gay men who grew up here, and they are like, this is not a place where I can live. How can you live there? I had to get out. But every once in a while, there'd be a guy, oh gosh, I miss Laramie. I mean, I really love it there. That's where I want to live. And they get this starry-eyed look, and I think, if that is where you want to live, do it.
So I get into my office one day, and I have a message to call this woman back, so I call her back, and she goes, I hear you are a lesbian. I hear you are one. And I'm like, uh-huh. She goes, I'm one too. She wanted to come over and meet me immediately. She also warned me about the fact that there's other lesbians in this town who would not be seen with me. That just to be seen with me would taint them irreparably. That just to be seen with me would be a big problem.
I love this land.
I mean, it was back then. I hate that it ever was like that, but it really was like that back then.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
I went through that. I had people who, said, like, I won't walk with you at my job with the federal government. I didn't blame them. That's just, they were scared.
Yeah, but that's really sad, Abellis, and I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Thank you, but, I was okay. I was out, so, but I understood,
Yeah, that's still really sad, though. I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Thank you.
And I mean, I really love this land.
gonna make this brief, quick, just get it over with, but it will be everything, factual, just the facts. 10 o'clock, I punch in, my regular time for Tuesdays. At 10:30, we're having karaoke night that night, so there's maybe 20 or 30 people milling around in here. That's when Matthew Shepard comes in, alone. He comes in and, he actually sits right where you're sitting right now. Orders himself a Heineken. So what can I tell you about Matt? Well, manners, politeness, intelligence, taking care of me, as in tips. Everything, he just offers conversation. He comes in, he's always dressed real nice, clean cut. Didn't seem to have any worries. Wasn't like he was waiting on anybody. He just wanted to enjoy his drink and the company around. And I guess it was maybe only 11:30, 11:45. That's when Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney came in. They come in, they approach the bar, they sit right here, they order a pitcher, and as you know, they pay for the thing entirely in dimes and quarters, which, let me tell you, is something you just don't forget. I mean, you don't forget something like that. $5.50 in dimes and quarters, it's a freaking nightmare for a bartender.
So he was out of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Interesting.
He got that settlement and he blew it all. If he's paying for, change.
Yeah.
Money meant nothing to Matthew, because he grew up with a lot of it. And he'd have handed over his wallet in a second because money meant nothing to him. I mean, his shoes might have meant something, but they can say it was robbery all they want to. But I don't buy it. Not even for an iota of a second.
Look, when they came in, Henderson and McKinney, to me, they didn't seem to be, they weren't intoxicated at all. They came right in, they ordered a pitcher of beer, take it back there into the pool area, and they pretty much just kept to themselves. It was probably going on for about a half an hour, and then I noticed that Russell and Aaron had been talking with Matthew Shepard.
Some people are saying he made a pass at them. Well, hell, you don't pick up regular people.
Aaron and I have been together for 2 years. And Aaron said that a guy walked up to him and said he was gay and wanted to get with him and Russ. And Aaron's really bad about that. He doesn't like to be around gay people at all, and neither does Russ. They just don't like them at all. And so he got aggravated with it and said that he was straight and he didn't want to have anything to do with it, and he walked off. And he said that's when him and Russ went into the bathroom and decided to pretend that they were gay and get him in the truck and rob him. They wanted to teach him a lesson not to come on to straight people.
I'm not...
Now I believe that all of that happened, and I think this is based again on the interviews, but that's how it was back then in 1998. They were going to teach you a lesson.
But if you think for a minute that a 100-pound guy would have gone up to two straight men and hit on them, no.
Yep.
I don't think so. I don't see that.
I don't either. I agree.
And he did say intoxicated.
He did. Linda, good to see you. Thank you. And yeah, Abraham, you are beautiful just the way you are. So are you, Abellis.
Abraham's gorgeous. Thank you. And so are you. The whole chat is beautiful.
Yes, thank you.
Excusing their actions, but it seems to be partially his fault and partially the guys who did it. So, maybe it's 50-50.
They stated that Matt came onto them, that he approached them. I absolutely, positively disbelieve and refute that statement 100%. I'll give you 2 reasons why. 1, character reference. Why would he approach them? Why them? I mean, he wasn't approaching anyone else in the bar, okay? So, they say he's gay, right? That he was a flaming gay, so he's just gonna come on to people like that. Bullshit, he never came on to me. Hello, come on. He's gonna approach these 2 guys? Please. And 2,
right.
Territorialism. Matt was sitting there. Aaron and Russell were back there. Upon their first interaction, they were in Matt's area. The area that he had been seen sitting all night long. So who approached who by that?
He'd never not talk to someone for any reason. If someone started talking to him, he'd just be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. He had no problem just striking up a conversation with anybody.
So this is what I'm going to be testifying to because, basically I'm like the key eyewitness in the case. Basically, I'm going to be testifying that I saw Matthew leave. I saw 2 individuals leave with Matthew Shepard, and I didn't see their faces, but I did see the back of their heads. And at the same time, McKinney and Henderson are no longer around. So you do the math.
I apologize. I was eating, but yes, this is a play called the Laramie Project, where they took audios where they interviewed the community and the town in Laramie where this happened, and they made a play out of Matthew's story, and this is that movie. And it is from the Laramie Project on YouTube. I do believe that is the link for them. If you guys want to subscribe to them and check them out.
Mhm.
I'm not super familiar with that area, which now makes me think that God wanted me to find him. I was going for a ride on my bike, and I noticed something just laying there by the fence. Now, I think it's a scarecrow. I'm like, Halloween's coming up. I think it's a Halloween gag. I even noticed his chest moving up and down. Still thought it was a dummy. I thought it was, some kind of mechanism. But when I saw hair, his hair, I knew it was a human being. So what'd you do? I ran to the nearest house. I ran as fast as I could and called the police.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Department held a news conference late this afternoon. They say they're investigating the attempted murder of 22-year-old Matthew Shepard. The sheriff says deputies found the man badly beaten and unconscious, tied to a fence last night. Almost lethal news in Laramie right now.
The brutal attack left Matthew Shepard in a coma, prompting Wyoming's governor.
So he wasn't found dead. He was found barely alive, and then he died later. Okay, I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Okay.
First thought Mr. Shepard was a scarecrow. In jail now, charged with the crime, 21-year-old Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney, kidnapping.
And the victim, Matthew Shepard, is in very critical condition at this hour at Hoover Valley Hospital.
The arraignment took place on Friday around lunchtime. And more details about the case had come out, like the fact that the perpetrators themselves were kids. Kids, local kids that everyone who's from around here has some relationship to. So then a judge comes in and does a reading of the facts.
The defendants, Aaron James McKinney, Russell Arthur Henderson, met Matthew Shepard at the Fireside Bar. And after Mr. Shepard confided he was gay, the subjects deceived Mr. Shepard into leaving with them in their vehicle to a remote area. En route to said location, Mr. Shepard was struck in the head with a pistol. And upon arrival at said area, both subjects tied their victim to a buck fence, robbed him, tortured him, and continued to beat and terrorize him.
When I got to the fence, I seen what appeared to be a young man, 13, 14 years of age, because he was so tiny laying there and he was bound to the bottom of the pole.
What did you do?
I did the best I could. He was covered in dry blood all over his head, and the only place that there wasn't any blood was what appeared to be where he had been crying down his face.
That part
Yeah.
right there always broke my heart. Because that's really sad. And we saw in the other documentary where they got in the fight with the guy afterwards and all the staples on his head.
Yeah. Sending you a big hug.
Oh, thank you.
Don't squish the basil.
I won't. He's eating cheese straws with me, so.
You know, he did not look normal. I could tell that he had a very harsh head wound.
You expect these kinds of injuries from somebody crashing down a hill in a car at 80 miles an hour. You expect to see gross injuries from something like that, this horrendous, terrible thing. But you don't expect to see someone doing this to another person.
Both defendants were later contacted by officers from the Laramie Police Department who observed inside the cab of their pickup a credit card and a pair of black patent leather shoes belonging to the victim, Matthew Shepard.
The thing that shocked me is it was a pristine crime scene.
How do you mean?
The tire tracks, the impressions that the tire made. They were just perfect because of the sandy soil there. And we found a carpet fragment from inside the truck. And that will always shock me until this day. In southeastern Wyoming, the wind here is so strong that you usually never find something like that at an exterior crime scene.
His hands were thumbs out, what we call the cuffing position. That's how we handcuff people. He was tied with a real thin white rope, and it was wound around the bottom of the pole, about 4 inches up off the ground. His shoes were missing. He was tied extremely tight, so I used my boot knife and I tried to slip it in there between the rope and his wrist. I had to be extremely careful, so as not to harm Matthew any further.
I was yelling at him at the top of my lungs, you know, hey, wake up, something, just trying to get anything out of him. He didn't move, he didn't flinch, he didn't anything.
We rolled him over onto his left side, and when we did that, he stopped breathing. So I immediately got him back on his back. And that was just enough of an adjustment. It gave me just enough room for me to slip my knife in there and to cut him free. And then Rob drove the ambulance to Ivinson Hospital's emergency room.
Once we saw Matthew, it was very obvious that his care was beyond our capabilities. Phoned the neurosurgeon over in Poudre Valley, and Matthew was on his way in an hour and 15 minutes, I think.
A couple of days later, they showed me a picture of Matthew. I would have never recognized him.
Said defendants left the victim tied to the fence, begging for his life.
Well, certainly you'd like to think that this is somebody from out of town who's come through and beaten up somebody. But when you're seeing someone who's been beaten repeatedly by someone in our own town, now that certainly offends us. And that's a good word. It offends us.
The defendants will remain in the custody of the Albany County Sheriff's Department till...
Now, I'm trying to pause, but I'm assuming because I had the monetization off or something that everything's okay so far. So far, so good. And if it was going to get me, I would think it would have done it by now. I could be wrong. But they could be, I mean, they are making it dramatic. It is a play, but I think it's based on the actual events. It's not the first time I've heard that the only blood that wasn't on his face is where he's crying. So
Yeah.
it is going to be dramatic. But I think it is based on the actual events.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's direct quotes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
dates can be set for their trials.
It was huge. Yeah, it was hers. And we are talking hundreds of reporters, which makes a huge dent in this town's population.
Laramie, Wyoming, often called the gem city of the plains, is now at the eye of the storm. People would like to think that what happened to Matthew Shepard is the exception to the
There are reporters everywhere, news trucks everywhere in town, everywhere on campus, and we are not used to that type of attention.
Aaron McKinney and his friend Russell Henderson came from the poor side of town. This small city that bills itself as Wyoming's hometown is wrestling with its attitudes towards gay men. It's a tough business, as Matt Shepard knew, and as all his friends know, to be gay in cowboy country.
And to get that kind of exposure under such tragic circumstances, under circumstances that we hadn't even wrapped our own heads and hearts around.
The majority
people here are good people.
You get bad apples once in a while.
Our citizens are not like that at all.
You people are making my son guilty before he's even had a trial.
How can this happen? I can't understand how someone can even do something like that.
You have your own lifestyle, you should have your lifestyle.
It's pretty much live and let live.
Live and let live.
I am outraged and sickened by the heinous crime committed on Matthew Shepard.
A young gay man is in a deep coma. It's a crime that goes beyond despicable.
Just let it be known throughout the nation. This is not the University of Wyoming. This is not what we're about.
If this been heterosexual, this never would have made the national news.
I don't think there's any problem that gay people deal with here.
We had these guys in jail in less than a day. I think that's pretty damn good.
Hundreds of people urging Congress to pass a federal law banning hate crime.
I would like to urge the people of Wyoming against overreacting in a way that gives one group special rights over others. We will wait and see if the vicious beating and torture of Matthew Shepard was motivated by hate.
Oh my God. Anybody else want to do this?
Matthew Shepard was admitted in critical condition at approximately 9:15 on October 7. When he arrived, he was unresponsive and breathing support was being provided. Matthew's major injuries upon arrival consisted of hypothermia and of a fracture from behind his head to just in front of the right ear.
Now, again, that looked like about the same size as the fracture on the other guy's head that we saw with the staples.
I was thinking the same thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This guy had practice.
Yeah. So sad.
Yeah.
This has caused bleeding in the brain as well as pressure on the brain. Friday night, the parents arrived and I went up and introduced myself to Dennis and Judy, and it was awful, those poor people. Matthew's temperature has fluctuated over the last 24 hours between 98 and 106 degrees. We arranged a police escort to bring them up, set them up in one of our conference rooms, gave them food around the clock, gave them a place to stay. Following is a statement from them. First of all, we want to thank the American public for their kind thoughts about Matthew and their fond wishes for his speedy recovery. We appreciate your prayers and goodwill, and we know that they are something that Matthew would appreciate too. I went up and said, you all tell me what you want me to do or what you want me to say or anything you need, and we'll provide it for you. We also have a special request for members of the media. We ask that you respect our privacy, as well as Matthew's, so we can concentrate all of our efforts, thoughts, and love on our son. Thank you very much.
Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney have pled not guilty to the charges of kidnapping, aggravated robbery, and attempted murder in the first degree.
Russell was just so sweet. He's the one that was the Eagle Scout. His whole presence was just quiet and sweet. You know, he was raised a Mormon, and he was real active in that when he was younger. He was an elder in the church. So, of course, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I know people snap and whatever, and like I said, it wasn't a real intimate relationship. I was just his landlord. I remember, like, at the Christmas party, he was just totally drunk out of his mind. You know, like we all were. But he wasn't belligerent. He didn't change. His personality didn't change. He was still the same little meek Russell.
Aaron was a good kid. That's why I was shocked when I heard this. See, he had been living out with his girl. They just started dating last summer. And they must have gotten pregnant as soon as they started dating, though, because you know they had a kid. 21 years old, but he's running around with a kid.
When I first heard about it, I thought it was really, really awful. I don't know whether Aaron was fucked up or was coming down or what, but Matthew had money. Shit, he had better clothes than I did. Matthew was a little rich bitch.
Shouldn't call him a rich bitch, though. That's not right.
I'm not saying he's a bad guy either. I'm just saying he's at the wrong place, the wrong time, said the wrong things.
Aaron was always dressing up big, you know.
So we're learning about the people who committed the crime now.
Big clothes, Tommy Hilfiger. you know? Polo, Gucci, I don't know.
I mean, it probably pissed him off that Matthew was gay, because he didn't like... I mean, the gay people that I've seen him interact with or that I've heard him talk about, he was fine with, as long as, you know, they didn't hit on him. Or as long as, you know, it didn't come up.
When I knew Aaron's just a young kid, you know, he's trying to fit in, he's acting tough, acting cool, but you know what? You can get in his face about it, he'd back down like he's some kind of scared kid.
If I saw Aaron right now, I'd just be like, why'd you fuck up like that?
I want to shake him, you know? What were you thinking? What in the hell were you thinking?
Thank you.
Hello? This is her. Oh, hi, doctor. How is he?
Great. Oh,
Yes? I see. Can you hang on for a moment? Mom, can you hang this up? I'm going to take it in there. I'm here. Yes?
The part I wasn't telling you about before is that Reggie Flutie is my daughter. When she told me she wanted to be a police officer, I thought there was not a better choice for her. She could handle whatever came her way. And then this happens.
That was the hospital. Matthew Shepard is HIV positive, and they said I've been exposed.
What?
They said I've been exposed to the AIDS virus. You know, because I've been building the lean-tos for the llamas. And I have a bunch of open cuts on my hands, and I got his blood on my hands.
How did you get it on your hands?
We have shit gloves, you know, and I kept putting them on, and, you know, you keep putting them on and they keep breaking, so finally I ran out.
So you touched him without gloves?
I didn't remember this part. I think I've seen this movie at some point, but yeah, I remember seeing this now, like this part of it, but I didn't know, I didn't recall that happened to the cop that was involved.
Yeah, I don't remember this part either. I hope she's okay.
I hope so too.
You cannot let a human being just sit there.
Reggie!
Don't hesitate. That's what goes through your mind. Don't hesitate all the time. So you just keep on moving, and you take care of Matthew, and you try to find an open airway, and that's what you do, you know? That's what you do.
Quite frankly, I wanted to lash out at somebody. Not Matthew. Please understand that not one of us was mad at Matthew. We maybe wanted to squeeze McKinney's head off. And I think about Henderson. You know, two absolutely human beings cause so much grief for so many people.
They want to start me on these ATC drugs immediately. And if you start them within 36 hours, maybe that can stop you from getting the disease.
This has been just terrible for my whole family, but mostly for her and her kids. Those drugs, the AZT drugs, she throws up every day. She cries so much she's afraid to touch her kids. I just hope she doesn't go before me.
This is again highlighting what it was like with the HIV stuff back then. Yeah.
It was terrifying.
Yeah.
No matter how you dice it, I did have the opportunity. if I had had amazing 20/20 hindsight, I had the opportunity to stop what occurred that night. I could have stopped it. I should have known these guys should not have been talking to that guy. I should have not had my head down while I was washing dishes for those 20 seconds. You know, all those little things I could have done, and I could have stopped this. So what the hell was I thinking?
I keep seeing that picture in my head of when I found him, and it is not pleasant whatsoever. I want to get it out. I don't want it in there. And that's a big part of it for me, is having to see that picture in my head. I don't want it in there. Matthew Shepard's the first gay person I ever saw. And it's kind of unbelievable to me that I happen to be the person that found him. Because, the big question with my religion is, why did God want me to find him? Let your light shine in the darkness before the dawn. No more sorrow in the night time. Let it shine, oh Lord, let it shine.
Candlelight vigils were held around the country last night. There are expressions
around the country: Denver, Fort Collins, Los Angeles, Detroit, Chicago, Washington, 5,000, Atlanta, Nashville, Minneapolis, the country, and around the world, all expressing hopes for Matthew's full recovery.
I can't stop crying. This is what I was trying to stop.
We must do more to deal with violent bigotry, hate crimes.
I hope that in the grief of this moment and in the shared outrage across America, Americans will once again search their hearts and do what they can to reduce their own fear and anxiety and anger at people who are different. And I hope that Congress will pass the hate crimes legislation.
I think the gay community is taking this as an advantage. Said this is a good time for us to exploit this.
They made it sound like it was 10 murders instead of 1.
They're accusing the ranchers of being unreasonable and unsympathetic because of how he was and
what his persuasions were. Well, he would certainly be welcome in our home. We'd visit, sit down, have a cup of coffee.
Well, what did you think when you heard that 2 boys from your town did this?
Well, I certainly don't approve of homosexuals, but I don't think anybody has a right to do what those 2 boys did.
Well, where do you think that comes from, their hatred towards homosexuals?
I think what most people fear in the gay community is that sexuality is their #1 concern.
Not many people condone it.
When you wear it on your sleeve like a banner.
Well, there's this whole idea, you leave me alone, I leave you alone. It's even in some of the Western literature, live and let live. That is such crap. Basically, what it boils down to, if I don't tell you I'm a fag, you won't beat the crap out of me. What's so great about that? That's a great philosophy?
I'll sit in church, and the Reverend will tell you flat out he does not agree with homosexuality, right? And I just don't feel like I know enough about certain things just to be able to say that homosexuality is right, When I've been raised my whole life that homosexuality is not right, it's wrong.
My parents brought me up Catholic. I was brought up to love the sinner, hate the sin, love the person for who they are, but condemn them for what they do, condemn the lifestyle.
So I would have to say right now that I don't agree with it. I don't agree. And maybe that's just because I couldn't do it. But I don't hate homosexuals, and I'm not going to persecute them. I'm not going to let this get in between me and the other person at all, or in between you and I. Not at all.
Well, it's preached in schools that being gay is okay. If my kids asked me, I'd set them down and I'd tell them, this is what gay people do. This is what animals do, okay? And I tell them, this is the life. This is the lifestyle. This is what they do. And I say, this is why I believe it's wrong.
In New York, the protests for Matthew Shepard turned into a near riot. Police on horses were pushing into the crowds.
As of 9 a.m. today, Matthew Shepard remains in critical condition with severe head injuries in the surgical neuro-intensive care unit. Respiratory support. As I told you before, it's not a lifestyle with which I agree.
You still feel that way?
Yes. The family continues to emphasize that the media respect their privacy. The family also wants to thank the American public for their concern and kind thoughts for Matthew.
We went to the candle vigil, and it was so good to be with people who felt like shit. I kept feeling like I don't deserve to feel this bad. And somebody got up there and said, "Come on, guys, let's show the world that Laramie is not this kind of a town." But it is this kind of a town. If it wasn't this kind of a town, then why did this happen here? I mean, that's a lie, because it happened here. So how can it not be a town where this kind of thing happens? I mean, how can you even say that? We have to mourn this, and we have to be sad that we live in a town, a state, a country where shit like this happens. I mean, these people are trying to distance themselves from this crime, and we need to own this crime, I feel. Everyone needs to own it. We are like this. We are like this. We are like this.
Not having to deal that much with the gay community here in Laramie, once we started working into the case, and actually talking to people that were gay and realizing what their underlying fears were.
Since it's letting me play it and I'm not like losing the live stream, I'm kind of just going to let it play and we can watch it together and talk about it. That way I'll hopefully be done before Mr. Speculating gets home. And Goosey had got stuck in the pool, but I've been having the kids check. So we're just going to kind of watch it and then talk about it afterwards.
Sounds good. How much
Yeah.
longer is it? I don't have to go anywhere. I'm just asking out of curiosity.
It's about halfway done. It's at 43 minutes of an hour and 35 minutes.
Okay.
So
Thank
a little
you.
less than halfway. Yeah.
I might mute myself and have something to eat before I faint.
Yeah. Yeah, please do. I don't want you to faint.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh.
That's when it sort of hit home. This is America. You don't have the right to feel that fear.
Do you think a lot of people in Laramie feel the same way?
You're always going to have people that hold with the old ideals. And I was probably one of them 14 months ago. But I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I'm not going to listen to it. And if they don't like my views on it, fine. Door goes both ways. I've already lost a couple buddies, but I don't care. I feel more comfortable. And I can sleep at night now.
Well, I really want to thank you for having us here tonight. I mean,
Honestly, it's our pleasure.
Yeah, well, you know, these gatherings, this is a recent thing for us. I mean, this really only happened since Matthew.
And there's a relief in that we finally connected.
It's nice to see. There are a lot of us in Laramie.
Is everybody in the company game? No, just the three of us.
Are you out?
Yes.
Yep. I wasn't out before, actually. And I thought probably they all know, but I'm not going to, tell anyone. And in the long run, your self-esteem just becomes shit. And I couldn't live like that anymore.
I think a lot of people decided that they didn't want to hide anymore.
Well, I still don't feel that free to be out here. No one's asking. I'm not telling.
I've always been out, and I know how to take care of myself, but since the episode, I've been irrationally terrified, and what that means is we don't let our son walk around at night alone. Every time I see a pickup truck do a U-turn, I think it's coming after me, and I'm shaking so badly I have to stop what I'm doing. It's
I
crazy.
think it's because somewhere inside we all know it could happen to us anytime.
Since our last medical update, Matthew Shepard has remained in critical condition with severe head injuries. As of today, the hospital will no longer offer medical updates on a scheduled basis.
If Matthew's medical condition changes, we will issue a new medical update, and we will immediately contact as many members of the media as is practically possible. Thank you.
All eyes are on Laramie, Wyoming today, where many are turning their focus to their homecoming parade and the fortunes of the University of Wyoming football team.
This apartment has windows on two opposite streets. One goes north and the other goes south. And that is exactly the homecoming parade route. Now, on the day of the parade, I had a cast on my leg because of a fall. And I was very disappointed because I had heard that some students were going to be walking for Matthew Shepard. And I wanted to join them, but I couldn't. So I watched from that window. It was just... Yeah, I'm 52 years old, and I'm gay. I've lived here for many years, and I've seen a lot. And I was very moved when I saw the tag at the end of the homecoming parade. It was just a group of people walking behind a banner for Matthew Shepard. But the parade went down to the end of the block, made a U-turn around the block, and I came to the other side of my apartment to watch for it to come south down this street. Maybe 10 minutes went by. Then I saw the most incredible thing. As the parade came down the street, the number of people marching for Matthew Shepard had grown like 5 times. Can you imagine? The tag at the end was bigger than the entire parade. I thought to myself, thank God I got to see this in my lifetime. And my second thought was, thank you, Matthew.
I really haven't been all that involved, per se. My husband's a highway patrolman, so that's really the only way I've known about it. But when I first found out, I just thought it was horrible. I can't. Nobody deserves that. I don't care who you are. But I have to tell you, the media's portraying him as a saint. They're making him out as a martyr, and I don't think he was. Did you know him? No, I didn't know him. But there's so many things I found out about him that it's scary. About his character and spreading AIDS and a few other things, being about the kind of person he was. Meaning, well, he was just a barfly. So I think he pushed himself on around, or I don't know, but I think he flaunted it. Another thing that wasn't brought out, the same time that happened, that patrolman was killed, and there was nothing. Nothing. That they didn't say anything about that old man that killed him. I mean, he was driving down the road, he shouldn't have been driving, and he killed him. And there was just a little piece. And we lost one of our guys. My husband worked with him. This man was brand new on the force. But I mean, here's one of ours. And it was just a little piece in the paper.
But this was such a deliberate crime.
Everybody's got problems. Why they're exemplifying Matthew Shepard, I don't know. A hate crime's a hate crime. You murder somebody, you hate them. It has nothing to do if you're a gay or a prostitute or... I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand.
November 29th, 1998, we're about to interview Father Roger Schmidt.
Here we go. 2 queers and a Catholic priest.
Matthew Shepard has served us well. You realize that? He has served us well. I cannot mention anyone who has done more for this community than Matthew Shepard. And I'm not going to sit here and say I was just this bold guy, no fear. I was scared. I was very vocal in this community when this happened. So I thought, should we call the bishop and ask him permission to do the vigil? And I was like, hell no. I'm not going to do that. His permission doesn't make it correct. And I'm not knocking bishops. But what is correct is correct. You think violence is what they did to Matthew? They did do violence to Matthew. But can I make this personal?
Yeah, sure.
Every time you are called a fag, or you are called a les, or
dyke.
Dyke. Do you realize that is violence? That is the seed of violence. And I would resent it immensely if you use anything I said to somehow cultivate that kind of violence.
Well, thank you, Father, for saying that.
Just deal with what is true. You know what is true. You need to do your best to say it correct.
And these people trust us. They want everyone to know that they are not this crime. And it's more than clearing Laramie's name, it's clearing their own, and I don't know that we can do that. Reverend. Hi.
Yeah.
My name's Amanda. I'm with the theater company that's been speaking with people here in Laramie.
Let's see. Well, let me tell you, I don't know that I really want to talk with anybody at all about this incident. I'm somewhat involved, and I really don't feel like it's appropriate.
I completely understand. I just wanted to tell you I went to your service.
You went to the services?
Yes, I did.
On Sunday?
Yes.
Did I meet you?
Briefly. You welcomed us in the beginning.
I see. Well, I will tell you that I am involved. Half the people in the case, well, the girlfriend of the accused is a member of our congregation, and one of the accused has visited. Now, I think they deserve the death penalty, but I will try to deal with them spiritually. Now, as far as the victim, I know that lifestyle is legal, but I will tell you one thing. I hope Matthew Shepard, as he was tied to that fence, that he had time to reflect on a moment when somebody had spoken the word of the Lord to him.
You.
And that before he slipped into a coma,
Yeah.
he had a chance to reflect on his lifestyle.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Thank you, Reverend. I appreciate your speaking with me.
That's got to be the reverend of that church that had all them protesters out there, because he's a first-class asshole. Oh, sorry. Were you saying something, sweetheart?
No, I just laughed. You're funny. And he is.
Yeah.
We better go.
I let him say that to me. I let him say that to me, and I didn't say anything back.
At 12 midnight on Monday, October 12, Matthew Shepard's blood pressure began to drop. We immediately notified the family, who were already at the hospital. At 12:53 a.m., Matthew Shepard died. His family was at his bedside. The family did release the following statement. They again asked me to express their sincerest gratitude to the entire world for the overwhelming response to their son. The family was grateful that they did not have to make a decision regarding whether or not to continue life support for their son. Like a good son, he was caring to the end and removed guilt or stress from the family. He came into the world premature and left the world premature. Matthew's mother said, "Go." We'd been up for like 72 hours straight, and gone home and gone to sleep for half an hour and get up and come. Maybe I was just I don't know. While I was reading that statement, I thought about my own 4 daughters, and she doesn't have her kid anymore. Go home. Give your kids a hug. Don't let a day go by without telling them that you love them. And then we started getting people sending us all these emails and letters. Do you cry like a baby on TV for all your patients or just the faggots? Jesus. After being thrown into this, I guess I didn't understand the magnitude with which some people hate. And of all the letters we got, I mean, there were 2 or 3 that were like that. Most were thanks for your caring and compassion. And Matthew got caring and compassion from the moment he got here.
The charges against Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney were upgraded to first-degree murder after Matthew Shepard died early Monday morning. If convicted, the 2 men could face the death penalty.
Now, I'll tell you what. If they put those 2 boys to death, that would defeat everything that Matt would be thinking about them. Because he would not want those 2 to die. He'd want to leave them with hope. H-O-P-E. Just like the whole world hoped that Matt would survive, right? This whole thing, you see what I'm saying? This whole thing ropes around hope. H-O-P-E.
On the day of the funeral, it was snowing and raining so bad. By the time I got there were already thousands of people there, dressed in black, umbrellas everywhere. And they'd 2 churches set up, and still there are hundreds of people outside who couldn't fit into either one of the churches, and they had this park set up, and the park was full.
Thou shalt not lie down with mankind as in womankind. It is abomination. Matthew Shepard lived his life breaking that commandment. Now, if he repented in his dying hours, we hope he did. If not, he is in hell, along with those killers. You believe in the Bible? You believe you're supposed to separate the precious from the vile? No, you don't believe that part of the Bible. No, you just stand over there, ignorant of the fact that for every 2 times God thinks.
After seeing Phelps protesting at Matthew's funeral, and then hearing that he's coming back to Laramie for the trial of Russell Henderson, I decided that someone needs to stand toe-to-toe with him and show the difference.
Some people are gonna be sent to hell! And I think you know who you are. And we wouldn't be here if this was just another murder that the state was going to handle. The state handles hundreds of murders. This murder is different because the gay...
He's not even from Laramie. He just travels around the country doing these demonstrations.
Gay lifestyle.
So we're planning an event. We're calling it Angel Action. This 21-year-old little lesbian is gonna walk the line with him.
Spare not! You lift up your voice like a trumpet! And you show my people their transgressions! We are sending the message of God! God's anger is pure. That God is gonna send someone to hell! That's God's anger! Now we wouldn't be here! They're angels of the devil, not the Lord. You want your son? You want your daughters to be taught by faggots? Want them in your school? We're not gonna let that happen. Take over the world, you shepherd. All he did was a sin.
As soon as they started jury selection, everyone was coming into my shop with, "I don't want to be on this trial. I hope they don't call me," or, "Oh my God, I got called. How do I get off?" Just wanting to get as far away from it as they could. Very fearful that they were going to have to be part of that jury. And then I heard Henderson had to sit in the courtroom while they questioned prospective jurors. And one of the questions they asked was, "Would you be willing to put this person to death?" And I understand a lot of the comments were, "Yes, I would. Absolutely. Yep, no problem." Well, can you imagine hearing that? Juror after juror after juror. These are people that he knows. No wonder he changed his plea.
You entered a not guilty plea earlier, Mr. Henderson. But I understand you wish to change your plea today?
Yes, sir.
You understand that the recommended sentence here is 2 life sentences?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that those may run concurrently or they may run consecutively?
Yes, sir.
Before the court makes that decision, I understand that there are statements to be made by at least one individual. Let's proceed with that.
As the grandmother and the person who raised Russell, along with my family, we have written the following statement. Our hearts ache for the pain and suffering that the Shepherds have went through. We have prayed for your family since the very beginning. Many times throughout the day, I have thought about Matt And you will continue to be in our thoughts and prayers as we know that your pain will never go away. You have showed such mercy, and we are so grateful that you are giving us all the opportunity to live. Your Honor, we, as a family, hope that as you sentence Russell, that you will do it concurrently for 2 life terms. For the Russell we know and love, we humbly plead, Your Honor, to not take Russell completely out of our lives forever.
Mr. and Mrs. Shepherd, there is not a moment that goes by that I don't see what happened that night. I know what I did was very wrong, and I regret greatly what I did. You have my greatest sympathies for what happened. I hope that one day you will be able to find it in your hearts to forgive me.
Mr. Henderson, this court does not believe that you really feel any true remorse for your part in this matter. And I wondered whether you fully realize the gravity of what you have done. You drove the vehicle that took Matthew Shepherd to his death. You bound him to that fence in order that he might be more savagely beaten and in order that he might not escape to tell his tale. You left him out there for 18 hours, perhaps having an opportunity to save his life, and you did nothing. As to count 3, that being felony murder with robbery, you are to serve a period of imprisonment for the term of your natural life. For count 1, kidnapping, that you are to serve a period of imprisonment for the term of your natural life. Sentencing for count 1 to run consecutive to sentencing for count 3.
After this sentencing, the Mormon Church decided to excommunicate Russell. Now, he's got a Mormon home teacher that visits him in prison every week.
So now nobody from the church is going to go visit him?
Not supposed to. They're not supposed to pray for him. He'll just sort of disappear.
Stop! Please, look over here!
Mrs. Thompson, how do you
What happened that night? We need to know. This town needs to know.
I need some more light on them.
I never get tired of this play.
Yeah, well, try directing it 50 times. You can relax. Just keep the umbrellas up.
So I hear you're doing Angels in America next year.
We have an obligation to reach our students. And the question is, how do you reach a whole state where there's such deep-seated hostility toward gays? How do you reach them? Angels in America is just the beginning. And guess who's auditioning for the lead?
My parents, right? They're like, hey, so what plays are they doing at school this year? Oh, let's see. Angels in America. Wait. Angels in America, isn't that play? It's that scene, yeah. So you're gonna audition for this? And I said, yeah, I am. Huge argument, right? It was like this huge argument. My mom was like, homosexuality is a sin, homosexuality is a sin, homosexuality is a sin. But the best thing that I knew that I had on it, right, was this, they'd just seen me, it was right before this, they'd just seen me on stage in Macbeth, right? I murdered this little kid and Lady Macduff and these 2 other guys, right? I'm like, Mom, I just played a murderer tonight, and you didn't seem to have any problem with that.
So when's the audition?
Tuesday. Yeah, but I tell you, man, I have never prepared myself for an audition like this in my life. Never. Not even close.
You know, everybody second guesses what you're doing. You know, you get a lot of heavy criticism. You did everything wrong. You are not supposed to touch anybody unless you have your gloves on and protective gear. Or then they make you out to be some kind of, you know, big hero. You don't know, some Joe Blow down the block. You could have done a better job than I did. People do extraordinary things every day. I think this has really brought home to my girls what their mom does for a living.
Just a minute. It is the decision of the county's attorney's office that this will definitely be tried as a death penalty case. That's all I have.
How can I protest if the Shepherds want McKinney dead? I just can't interfere in that. But on a personal level, I knew Aaron in grade school. He wasn't called Aaron, we called him AJ. How can we put AJ McKinney to death?
I think right now our most important teachers must be Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney. They have to be our teachers. How did you learn? What did we do as a society to teach you that? See, I don't know if many people will let them be their teacher. I think it would be wonderful if the judge said, in addition to the sentence, you must tell your story. You must tell your story.
This is a tape recording of the confession given by Aaron James McKinney to me as detective in charge of the investigation.
I wonder, I mean, we've heard about how he used Aaron was talking about the trauma that he endured as a child, possibly being hurt sexually and physically by somebody. I wonder, and we know that that was used in trial, but I wonder if they did ever, I mean, we heard them talk about how it wasn't a hate crime. I just wonder if they ever got the original story from them at the time, and they were actually truthful as to why they did it. I mean, maybe lying years later because of appeal, okay, but I wonder if we'll ever really know.
Yeah, that would be really interesting to know.
Mhm.
The angels are amazing. What a great idea.
Yeah, I like that, and I'm glad that they did that. And we did see actual footage from it in
Mm-hmm.
the clips from earlier.
Yeah, what a great cast.
This is a really good cast and a really great movie. And I wanted to pause it on the Angels, but I had a phone call. I had to talk to my daughter. She's at her friend's house. So
Okay. So I was going to say something I forget now. Oh yeah, so you got this film from their website.
yes,
So
so
I wonder if they are allowing you to use it without stopping it. I know you said you were not monetized for this, but maybe they're just allowing people to use it.
yeah, I think so. They said it was used in classrooms, and I kind of figured out earlier that when I was talking and wasn't having to pause it as often, and it didn't cut us out, that evidently they'll let us use it. Now, yeah, I don't have monetization on the stream, so it's like I'm not making the AdSense from it, and that's probably another part of it. But I think they put it up here so it could be used as educational in classrooms and things like that. And I think as long as, you know, you're running a stream and you don't have monetization on, that you would be fine to play it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it is, the site is called the Laramie Project Movie. And I will share it again, and the movie's called The Laramie Project.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You know the young Jeremy had a good point when he was telling his mom, I just played a murderer and you don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
You know, he played somebody who's killing a child and his mother doesn't say anything, but he plays a gay man and she has a problem with it.
Oh yeah, that's horrible. And it taught, I mean, that's the way it was back then, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's awful.
Mm.
This confession was recorded 2 days after the attack.
So, you guys go to the fireside, right?
Yeah.
And where do you go after you leave the fireside?
Some kid wanted to ride home.
What's he look like?
Like a queer?
He looks like a queer.
Yeah, like a fag, you know?
Okay, so how'd you meet him?
Fag? Queer guy? We were meeting at the bar. He asked us what we were drinking and what we were doing.
Okay, so what happened after you met him?
He wanted to ride home. I just thought, well, the dude's drunk. Let's just take him home.
When did you and Russ talk about jacking him up?
Kind of talked about it at the bar.
Okay. Tell me what happened next.
Drove him out past Walmart. And we got over there and he starts grabbing my leg and grabbing my genitals, and I was like, look, I'm not a fucking faggot. If you touch me again, you're gonna get it. And I don't know what the hell he was trying to do, but I beat him up pretty bad. I think I killed him.
What'd you hit him with?
Blacked out. My fist, my pistol, butt of the gun. I wondered what happened to me. I had a few beers and I don't know, it's like I could see what was going on. But I don't know, it was like somebody else was doing it.
What was the first thing that he said or that he did inside the truck that made you want to hit him?
Well, he put his hand on my leg and slid his hand like he was gonna grab my balls.
When that defense team argued that McKinney did what he did because Matthew made a pass at him, I just wanted to vomit. Because that's like saying it's okay.
It was disgusting. And we were all just disgusted. It was like just rude, and that was less than integrous behavior. And we were all just disgusted by that quality of defense.
It's like the Twinkie defense when the guy killed Harvey Milk in Moscone. It's the same thing.
As much as a part of me didn't want the defense of them saying that it was a gay bashing or gay panic, a part of me was really grateful. Because I was really afraid that in this trial they were going to try and say that it was a robbery or it was about drugs. So when they used gay panic as the defense, I thought, this is good. Because if nothing else, the truth is going to come out. The truth is going to be told.
So about how many times did you hit him in the truck before
You guys stopped where you left him?
I sat him 2 or 3 times. Probably 3 times with my fist and about 6 times with the pistol.
Did he ask you to stop?
Oh yeah, he was getting the shit kicked out of him.
What'd he say?
After he asked me to stop, most all he was doing was screaming.
Was Matthew conscious while Russell was tying him to the fence?
Yeah. I told him, turn around and don't look at my license plate number because I was scared he would tell the police. And then I asked him what my license plate said. He read it, and that's why I hit him a few more times.
Just to be sure.
My secret hope was that they were from somewhere else. That then you can create this distance. We don't grow children like that here. Well, it's pretty clear we do grow children like that here.
So obviously you don't like gay people.
No, I don't.
Would you say you hate them?
No, I really don't hate them, but, you know, when they start coming on to me and stuff like that, I get pretty aggravated.
So you've been approached by gay people before?
No, not really.
Did he threaten you?
This gay dude?
Yeah.
No.
Can you answer me one thing? Why did you guys take his shoes?
I don't know. I'm never gonna get to see my son again.
I don't know.
He's gonna die for sure?
There's no doubt that Mr. Shepard is going to die.
So what are they gonna give me, 25 to life? Or the death penalty and just get it over with?
That's not our job.
Now, the strange thing is, 20 minutes before Matthew was brought in, Aaron McKinney, one of the perpetrators, was brought in by his girlfriend.
Wait, McKinney was here?
Yeah. I guess he went back into town later that same night and got in a fight. And so there's Aaron on one bed in my ER, and just a few beds down is Matthew. And 2 days later, I found out the connection.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
I was very struck. There were 2 kids. They were both my patients. But they were 2 kids. I took care of both of them. Took care of both their bodies. And I felt a great deal of compassion for both of them.
We, the jury, impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled cause, after having well and truly tried the matter, unanimously find as follows. As to the charge of kidnapping, we find the defendant, Aaron James McKinney, guilty. As to the charge of felony murder, we find the defendant, Aaron James McKinney, guilty.
The jury returns to the courthouse today to start considering the punishment, a phase of the trial that will probably last until next week.
I am working with McKinney, counseling him. I don't think he can conceptualize the gravity of something like capital punishment, but you know I'm going to be praying like the Dickens tonight that we don't have to go through this next phase. I don't know if you believe in the power of prayer, but would you do this for me? Would you just say from time to time, Lord, I lift him up to you? Just do that for me.
Of course, Father.
The sentencing phase of McKinney's trial was to begin momentarily. However, now we're hearing that Judy and Dennis Shepard have been approached by McKinney's defense team, who pled for their client's life. We understand Mr. Shepard may approach the court this morning.
My son, Matthew, did not look like a winner. He was rather uncoordinated and wore braces from the age of 13 until the day he died. However, in his all too brief life, he proved that he was a winner. On October 6th, 1998, my son tried to show the world that he could win again. On October 12th, 1998, my firstborn son and my hero lost. On October 12th, 1998, my firstborn son and my hero died. 50 days before his 22nd birthday. I keep wondering the same thing that I did when I first saw him in the hospital. What would he have become? How could he have changed his piece of the world to make it better? Matt officially died in a hospital in Fort Collins, Colorado. He actually died on the outskirts of Laramie, tied to a fence. You, Mr. McKinney, with your friend, Mr. Henderson, left him there by himself. But he was not alone. There were his lifelong friends with him. Friends that he had grown up with. You're probably wondering who these friends were. First, he had the beautiful night sky and the same stars and moon we used to see through a telescope. Then he had the daylight and the sun to shine on him. And through it all, He was breathing in the scent of the pine trees from the snowy range. He heard the wind, the ever-present Wyoming wind, for the last time. He had one more friend with him. He had God. And I feel better knowing he wasn't alone. Matt's beating, hospitalization, and funeral focused worldwide attention on hate. Good is coming out of evil. People have said enough is enough. I miss my son, but I am proud to be able to say that he was my son. Judy has been quoted as being against the death penalty. It has been stated that Matt was against the death penalty. Both of these statements are wrong. I, too, believe in the death penalty. I would like nothing better than to see you die, Mr. McKinney. However, this is the time to begin the healing process. To show mercy to someone who refused to show any mercy. Mr. McKinney, I am going to grant you life. As hard as it is to do so, because of Matthew. Every time you celebrate Christmas, a birthday, the 4th of July, remember that Matt isn't. Every time you wake up in your prison cell, remember you had the opportunity and the ability to stop your actions that night. You robbed me of something very precious, and I will never forgive you for that. Mr. McKinney, I give you life in the memory of someone who no longer lives. May you have a long life, and may you thank Matthew every day for it. Thank you very much.
Mr. McKinney, you will be remanded to the custody of the Albany County Sheriff's Department, pending transportation to the state penitentiary. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this matter.
When you think of this town, you can see something else than just a crime and understand why we love it so much.
I think I'm just really glad that it's over. No, I really am. Testifying in this trial has been one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my entire life. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the stage. I'm a natural for it. I love it. But the actual testifying is really, really difficult. You know, because what you have is you have the lawyers who are asking you questions. So you have questions that are coming at you in this avenue, but then you have to funnel them over towards the jury. So you funnel them over there, and what you end up with is, basically you have a funneling system, right?
After taking the ATZ for 6 months, I was able to get a DNA test. And it was about a week later, that's when I found out that I was negative for good.
Oh, wow, thank God. That's great.
I tell you, we were all on our knees saying Hail Marys.
Yeah, you know, you're just so elated. You're really happy.
So what's the first thing she does?
I stuck my tongue right in my husband's mouth.
Well, what about your daughters?
Oh, man, the girls, they just bawled.
They were just so happy.
And the force.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we went out and got
Shit-faced.
I just kissed everybody who came through that door.
Reggie, they don't need to know that.
You know what? If it was a male or a female, I didn't care. I kissed him right on the lips.
What part of what I just said did you not understand?
Mom, I have already kissed him.
It's not clear to me, having known Matthew, what story he would want told about this. We won't fully understand what happened here until time has had a chance to filter that out for us. What happened here, the culture that caused this, the complex set of events leading up to it, it would have been like us trying to stop a tank.
Change is not an easy thing, and I don't think people were up to it here. They got what they wanted. Those two boys got what they deserve, and we look good now. You know, it's been over a year since Matthew Shepard died, and they haven't passed shit in Wyoming. They haven't passed it at a state level, any town, anybody, anywhere has passed any kind of laws. Anti-discrimination laws or hate crime legislation. Nobody has passed anything anywhere. What's come out of it? What's come out of it that's concrete and lasting?
The dead will be commemorated, and will struggle on with the living. And we are not going away. We won't die secret deaths anymore. The world only spins forward. We will be citizens. The time has come. Bye now.
Have you ever gone out to the fence?
Mm-hmm. I drove up to the side in my limousine.
And, see, I remembered something to myself the night he and I drove around together. He said, Laramie sparkles, doesn't it? And where he was in that spot up there, if you sit exactly in that spot up there, Laramie sparkles from there. But with the low-lying clouds, it's the blue lights that's bouncing off the clouds from the airport. And it goes tss, 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 over the whole city. I mean, it blows you away. And Matt was right there in that spot. And I could just picture, in his eyes, I can picture what he was seeing. And the last thing that he saw on this earth was the sparkling lights of Laramie, Wyoming.
Now, since then, there has been legislation passed that I will pull up before I have to go for the day.
Thank you
Thank
for
y'all.
doing this.
Yeah, thank you for being here and hanging out with me and coming up on panel and for y'all watching it with me.
Thank you, Chad. You're awesome.
Yes, all of you are awesome and I really appreciate it.
I have to tell you something, though. From the show I've had, my birds are not gay.
Okay. Good
They're
to know.
busy. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh my goodness. I thought I had emailed it to myself, but I haven't, but that's okay. We can go to Patreon. I've got it on there. Hold on just a minute.
I have to get that T-shirt.
Yeah, I've gotten a couple of people have ordered some and told me that they're like really soft.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was really glad to hear that because that was my main concern was that they would be like soft and comfortable, and from what people have said everything is really great. So,
Oh,
and
that's
thank you to
awesome.
yeah, thank you to everybody who ordered and things and supported. Oh my gosh. No.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
see.
busy birds, and we're going to have more screaming and yelling when they grow up, the babies.
That is so sweet.
They
I think
really
it's
are.
adorable. I'm gonna try it this way. I'm just typing in Matthew Shepard's law on Google. I have it, but it's like downloading on a Word document, and you can't tell half of what it says. But it was October 22nd, 2009. The Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act was passed. It says is a landmark in United States federal law passed on October 22nd of 2009 and signed into law by President Barack Obama on October 28, 2009. So it on this day in 2009, President Barack Obama signed the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act into law, marking the inclusion of language for sexual orientation and gender identity and expression into the federal hate crimes law. And you guys can look more into that if you'd like to do that. That looks like a picture there with his parents.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go political with this. I was just trying to share that things have been passed. We've come a long way. Marriage, so excited. I think a good friend who I grew up with was a victim of a shooting at Orlando
Oh,
nightclub. Oh no. I'm so
poor
sorry.
Brenda.
That's so awful. Well, I'm going to go for the day. I need to go check on Goosey, and Mr. Speculating's on the way home, so I think I'm going to go try to get something to eat started.
All right. Well, I'll get off and go say hi to Chuck. So thank you again so much. This was wonderful.
Yeah, thank you for coming up and being here with me. I really appreciated you being here today, and you're so awesome. I really thank you so much.
No, you. Okay, I'll see you soon. Bye,
Okay,
Chuck.
love.
Actually, hi, Chuck. I'm coming back. Bye.
Okay.
Bye,
Bye.
Basil.
He says bye. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today and watching this movie with us and what we watched, the little documentary we watched. I feel like it's important to remember during Pride Month Matthew Shepard and the change his story had on our society. I really, really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today and for your respect and just making this a really good stream. I really appreciate that, and I love our speculating family so very much. Thank you all so very much. Um, that portal jump, okay, Abellis. Would I cover the New Orleans upstairs lounge fire? I need to write that down. I will write it down as the outro plays and look into it. Yes. Hey Roxanne, see you again soon. And yeah, thank you guys for being here. If nobody has told you, you are important, you are enough, you are special, and you are loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you again, everybody. And yeah, thank you so much. Love y'all. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. you.